So here we are at it again, folks. I'm just setting up for the show. As you can tell, we already got started live before we even started. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but Yvonne came on board before I started broadcasting. I don't know how that happened. Same thing with Gregory. I don't know how that happened. It might be to do with my settings, because I have to do a lot of preparations to get the shows up and running. But maybe I pressed a weird button and I just didn't know. You know? So good evening and welcome. It is another episode of Sunday Night Live, home of the world famous SuperChat mini readings. Yep, I know. It's just crazy, silly fun. This is what we do here. It's irresistible. I know. So let's get things rolling here. It is Sunday Night Live. Today is the, let's see, what is it? The 26th of July 2020. Greetings and welcome. And let's go over here. I just want to make sure that everybody can see this. Here we are. This is it. Welcome, welcome, welcome again to the world famous SuperChat mini readings from Tarot Lumination. Now, let me connect with you. Okay, let's have a look. See who's here. Ah, Robin. Robin's donating something for the group chat. Let's have a look. Okay, Robin is going to put something in for a group reading. Wow, okay. How am I going to do that over here? I'll put that on the other side. I'll start one over here. So if anybody wants to donate to the group reading, feel free to throw money into the Super Chat pot. Thank you, Robin's Realms Readings. You got it started. I'll put that over here. It's something like that. Okay, so just give me a second here. It's thirsty work, and I'm going to check in with you guys personally right now. Greetings, everyone. It's Lumination. Hi. Hold on. Gotta take my pills. It's another hot day in sunny Las Vegas. We're broadcasting from the wilds of Las Vegas over near a place called Sunshine Mountain. And I guarantee you there's a lot of sunshine out there. It'll be going dark soon, so it'll cool down, but it's typically very hot right now. Some of you are in different places in the world. I don't know if any of you saw anything in the news recently, but there's this amazing comet. And I've been hoping to see it for the last 10 days or so. I still haven't been able to see it. The city lights here are so bright you really can't see anything. I was looking over here, I was looking over there, I was looking everywhere. I just couldn't see it. Apparently the nearest thing where you can see it is the Big Dipper. If you can see the Big Dipper, there's a very good chance. If you can see the Big Dipper very clearly, there's a chance you can see the comet. I didn't really get that far. Anyway, so I just want to check the notes here because something Gregory was saying something about his mom, who's in hospice right now. Give me a second here. Let's have a look. Yeah. So Gregory is mentioning that he's with his mom right now in hospice while she transitions. Okay, so this is a very solemn time for Gregory. We're going to do a reading anyway, and we'll just see what comes up. Gregory and Pat have been chatting. Is it possible to open up a window there? I don't think so. I assume you can open even if it's just a crack. Gregory headed out to get a shower. Now he's back. Gregory, she will be glad to have her there with her. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. I don't know. Okay. Hey, Yvonne, I hope you're still here. It looks like, because it takes me quite a lot of work to set up the show and everything, and I might have pressed a button, and it might have activated the chat or something, even though I wasn't aware of it. So I want to say thank you, Yvonne. And your donation will go to somebody who deserves it. We'll figure that out later. Thank you, Gregory, for your kind donation. We already have a donation that arrived from Path Traveler, so that is already going on the screen here, but it just came through the Terra Illumination PayPal routine, okay? So, in case anybody's watching there, okay. Just want to mention something. I know Path is talking about the militia over there in Louisville. Let me just make a note here. I'm going to go to the stage for a second. In case anybody wants to do a direct donation without using the SuperChat, you can send like a Venmo, or I think you can do PayPal. I think PayPal is actually the real one. The way to go is PayPal, because when you use PayPal you can use a debit card, a credit card, or you can use your own PayPal account and you can link it to a bank and everything. But anyway, if you do that, PayPal is the way to go. I do PayPal for almost everything. It's wonderful. And here is the email: a little book about at yahoo.com. So if anybody's interested and you don't like to use the YouTube Super Chat thing, you can send a direct PayPal here. Okay? The other thing you can do is you can go to Tarot Lumination yahoo.com, and you can go to the donate page, and that'll walk you through the steps, okay? And then you just do it from there, okay? So this is option 1, this is option 2, and of course option 3 is Super Chat, okay? Which we can do right now. Super Chat. Okay, so there you go. That's for anybody who's watching if you've never done this before. A little book about at yahoo.com. The donate page over at terraillumination.com, or you can do the superchat.com. All of those things work pretty well. And this is the show tonight. Now, Path is already talking about something very interesting. The NFAC militia has taken over downtown Louisville, and all the way from Georgia, they came by the hundreds. It's very scary to see. Yes, it is. It's quite something to see. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in America. And how America is going to deal with that. How are Americans going to deal with that? You know, they have a right to protest, but there's a difference between peaceful protesting and rioting and looting. So anyway, that's another show. We'll talk about that another day. In the meantime, let me just check and connect with everybody again. Okay, let's have a look. Yes, hello Path Traveler. I saw something about that as well. It's a little different. It's a militia group, a well-armed militia group, and they have a right to do what they're doing. And they're in Louisville right now. I think one of the reasons that Path is so concerned is because Path lives close to Louisville. So there you go, okay? Hello, Love Driver. Good evening and welcome. Let's see, what else is going on here? Give me a second. Okay, so, let's see what else is going on. Yes, so, oh, hi, Nikki. Hi, Nikki. So, I guess... Okay, I don't know what other word to use, newbies, okay? So if there's anyone out there watching who's never done this before, and you've always been curious about getting a tarot reading, because it's also mystical and a wonderful thing, then you can do it here live. You'll get a little mini reading. We use the exclusive Tarot Illumination situational spread. It's highly versatile. I use it for many, many things. And we take it from there, okay? Now the thing is, when you're doing this live, remember it's in a public forum, so I have to be a little bit careful with the words that come out of my mouth, okay? So just understand that, and anything can happen. Hello, Nikki, I see you, okay? Nikki's looking for a message from her guides. Oh, this will be fun. Oh, yeah. In case anybody doesn't know, Nikki is a professional psychic medium. So, you know, what does that tell you about what happens on this channel? Hello, Star Girl. I see you. There, by the way, Star Girl, there's somebody called Star Girl the Practical Witch. I don't know if you've heard of her, but she has a huge following. And she's a young girl, and she does tarot and astrology and things. She has a huge channel, and she does a lot of, I think it's called, what's it called, merchandising or something like that, branding and things, okay? Hello, Ivona, good evening. I hope everything's okay. I hope you're not driving. Robin, I hope you're being very careful while you're driving. Stargirl, you've been here a few times now. Good evening and welcome. Okay, I see you. You're a star girl, okay? You are a star seed. You're made out of stars. Planet Earth is made out of star powder, crushed, granulated, highly sifted star powder, compressed and squashed into a ball. And we got all confused and kind of mixed up with that. It is amazing when you get into that really spacey stuff, when you consider that human beings are made out of minerals and chemicals that mostly exist on the surface of this planet. A lot of it is water. There's a lot of earth and materials and metals and lots of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and calcium and potassium and sodium and all sorts of chemicals that go to make up our physical being. And it all came from out there. All of it. Every single freaking molecule came from out there, and it all coalesced on this beautiful thing that we have here, our home, planet Earth. Yay. What is that? Nikki is saying that Robin is Archangel Raphael's mouthpiece. Wow. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I have to confess, I've been watching the news a bit recently. I try to limit my news consumption to little fragments and nuggets, and I do a lot of filtering and processing, and then sometimes you do fact checking on things because there's a lot of so-called fake news going on out there, and there's lots of real news. Sometimes the real news, you can't make it up. It's so extreme, so weird, so bizarre. There's a lot of scary things happening right now, and maybe that would be a good way to get into one of the readings here tonight. I'll go to this in a moment, and then I'll read for you later on. Path, okay? So it looks like this. Okay, just remember, everyone. If you're driving or something like that, please. I'm very glad that you're here, but please concentrate on the driving and being responsible. Okay. Now, let me go to something. Gregory's off having a shower. Let's wait till Gregory comes back, okay? Because I've got something for Gregory. In the meantime, we've got this. All right. So in case anybody didn't see it yet, welcome, good evening. It's Sunday Night Live. It's the home of the world famous Tarot Lumination SuperChat mini readings. You know what to do. If you don't, you can go to PayPal and you can send money to a little book about it, Yahoo. You can go to tarotlumination.com and go to the donate page, or you can do SuperChat directly through YouTube. There you go. Okay? If you need help, type it in the screen and we'll figure it out, okay? So let me show you something, everybody. Here is another Tarot Lumination Astro Doodle. I'm going to put my signature on it, of course. There it is, and it is an Astro Doodle. Okay. Astrodoodles can only be found on the Tarot Lumination channel. They only exist on the Tarot Lumination channel. So, this happens to be a chart for Leos. We'll come back to this in a little bit later for Leos, but specifically, let's turn this into an Aries chart, okay? A universal chart for planet Earth. We're going to put Aries here on the horizon. There's Libra, and so you can see we could call this the first house, second house, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh house of relationships. That's Libra. There's Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. And then loopy-loopy-loo all around. So as you can see, there's a lot of red. There are plenty of sweet items coming along in the Leo season for everybody. There's the Aries, Leo energy. There's going to be a Sagittarius moon, things like that. There's going to be Gemini energy, which is fun for Leo, and so on. Libra energy, which is fun for Leos, and so on. But the things that stand out to me for the whole month are these really scary items here. In fact, some of it turns into a massive T-square. Can you see that here? Massive T-square. This is kind of on and off for a good chunk of the month, while Mercury is over here in Cancer. So this is very, very, very uncomfortable. Okay? Sorry, what's that? Oh, that's the Leo energy. Sorry, that's the Leo energy over here. So we've got this big fat T-square on the Leo Aquarius axis here. Uranus and Taurus. But this is another scary one here. And this goes on and off. You know what? I'm going to actually add a little bit more red. I'm going to, just to show you how scary it is. Okay? Yay, go Leo season. Oh, hey Star Girl, I see your notes there. How's my work? I can take a couple more. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. A big group reading. I can do maybe a couple more. So Star Girl, if you're interested, you get a birthday reading. It's your birthday? Woo! Okay. Okay. A belated solar message. Okay, we can do that. Don't you worry, Star Girl, we got you. So I will do that for you. So let me finish this note here for a moment. This is actually, I'm making this up for Leo, but for the time being, I'm going to switch it over to the whole planet. And I'm going to add an extra ouchy kind of thing over here. Okay. The reason I'm adding that one in here now is because this extends for most of Leo's season here. This big fat thing here. And this is more in and out for the Leo Aquarius crowd here. But as you know, when you see these red items, especially when you see red triangles, that is literally like a warning sign. That is literally like looking at the red engine light, you know, on your car or something like that. I missed you? What? Hold on. What? Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh! Yeah, I remember talking about it, but obviously I didn't write the note. Thank you, Nikki. Okay. So we're going to do a message from the guides. Oh gosh, we know this is going to be a hoot. Message from guides. Okay. You got it. It's going to be fun. And then Star Girl. That'll probably be it. I don't know if we can do many more tonight after that. We'll put Star Girl over here. And so what are those notes coming up here? I would like a belated birthday solar. Okay. It's good that you put solar. Thank you. Messages. Okay. By the way, it's kind of interesting. Okay, let's leave it at that for now, people. And a group one. Okay. That might be getting close to my limits here. And we'll see how it goes. We could do with a few more donations for the group reading because that's big. It takes a lot of work. We'll see. So, give me a second, folks. I got to get something rolling here. Path, we're going to come back to this in a little while, but I just wanted to let you know in advance that I did a bit of homework for you. So when we get to the Leos out there, you've got something, you've got some kind of reference point. Okay? Alright, so let's have a look. Okay. Yes, Leo season is almost always guaranteed fun. Now, I have to keep... Hello. Oh gosh, another one just arrived. Okay, let's do that. Let's take care of that now before I forget it. Or before it goes past the screen. Cynthia. Got it. Hello, Cynthia, and welcome. Feel free to introduce yourselves to everybody. Tell us where you are. Are you in America? Are you in Spain? Are you in Canada, Mexico, Hawaii? Any messages? Cynthia Barasana. We'll do any messages. Okay. We got it. Super duper. That goes right here. So let's leave it at that. I'll just put a kind of an X here to let people know we're kind of a full house at the moment. So some of you know, like if we're at full house, I'm going to do everything in order as it came through. And it's going to get very late. So if you miss your reading and you fell asleep, don't worry. You'll still get it anyway. Yeah. So, where is Gregory? If anybody can remind me when Gregory comes back from the shower, okay? Los Angeles. Hey, Cynthia. My place is over in Los Angeles, over at Venice Beach. Okay. Oh, Path is putting something towards the group reading. Thank you. I'll add that over here. Thank you. I'll put another one over here for Path. Thank you very much. Thank you, Path Traveler. Very, very kind. So, thank you, Cynthia. Thank you for joining us. You're very, very brave to hang out here because everyone is highly exposed. Oh, no. All right, so hold on. I want to check in. Hello, Path again. Hello, Cynthia. Welcome to the Terra Illumination World Famous Sunday Night Live Super Chats. Thank you very much. Thank you, Star Girl. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Gregory. It's a very kind of a tender evening for Gregory. I think Gregory said he had to go off and get a shower, so let's wait till he gets back, because I want to tell him that story about the invention of lying. Okay? And the man, the old man with the beard upstairs, whatever it's called. Hey, Love Triber, if you're watching, can you remind me what the name of that guy is and the beautiful thing, and everybody gets a mansion, all that stuff? I need those keywords, okay? I think I can remember them. The man in the sky and everybody gets a mansion. Okay, so those are my keywords. We'll talk about that when Gregory gets back, okay? In the meantime, it is time for Terra Illumination. I'll be right back. Stay right there. Oh, look what I found. Cheers, everybody. Yes, we'll wait for Gregory to come back because Gregory is in a very let's say it happens to everybody. It happens exactly once to everybody in their life, okay, where they lose their mother. At some point, all of us are going to lose our mother. If you haven't lost your mother already, eventually it's going to happen, okay? Oh, Gregory's here. Okay, so before we get on with the readings themselves, I just want to share something with Gregory. It sounds like you're over there with your mom right now in hospice, and it's one of those very tender, delicate moments. I don't want to get all sentimental right now. I'm very, very susceptible to these things, so I have to be careful, and I want to keep things on a really super fun note. And so, thank you, Path. And so, here's the thing. When you're sitting here, it was recommended to me that I watch this little movie, a sweet movie called The Invention of Lying. Okay? It's actually a very well-written comedy. It stars Ricky Gervais, and it's about this bizarre world where everybody speaks the truth. Whatever is in their brain comes out of their mouth, no matter what it is. Oh, you're really ugly. Or like, wow, I've always loved you. And then everything is true. Whatever you say, it's true. And then Ricky Gervais goes through this epiphany at the bank where he was trying to get money, and then he says something. He has this epiphany when he realizes, like, wow, this is so cool. If I told them that I need $800, they would believe me, because everything that I say is true. Everything that everybody says is true. And why would anybody lie? So they don't. And so anyway, Ricky Gervais invents lying. It's this concept of lying. And it turns into this amazing odyssey of a story where he ends up kind of being like a preacher who is like a prophet from heaven, and he has all the answers to life. And some of the most important things that he tells people is that, number one, there is a man in the sky, and he controls everything. Everything. And he said, when you die, everything is beautiful. You go back to all your old friends, all your old family, your pets, and everything. And last of all, everybody gets a mansion. And of course, everybody believed him, because nobody ever on earth knew what happened after you die. But Ricky Gervais told them, and so they believed him. Some people had questions, but ultimately they believed him. There is a man in the sky who controls everything, and everybody gets a mansion. So you can tell that to your mom. If your mom is still conscious, Gregory, just let her know she's going to be very happy after she crosses over, and she's going to get a mansion. Okay? And she's going to be with her loved ones. She's going to actually be hanging out with her own invisible friends. That's how cozy we are at this channel. Okay? Okay? Okay. Gregory's having problems dealing with the siblings. Yes, that can get very awkward. Okay, so we're all on a journey. We're all on a path. Gregory is in the thick of it right now with his mom and his awkward siblings. But the key thing to remember is that everything's going to be okay. There's a man up in the sky who controls everything, and everything works out good for you. And number three, your mom's going to get a mansion. That's it. And she's going to get to hang out with all her invisible friends. It's wonderful. It's just wonderful. All right, let's get on with the show. All right, let's have a look here. So, first up, paid in advance before the show even started, Path Traveler. Thank you very much. Path Traveler had a broad question about what's it like for Leos, for the Leo season, okay? So let me just rearrange all the magic post-it notes so everybody knows where they are, okay? Okay. Actually, I've got two messages here. Sorry, we got that. Sorry, Path. You've got 3 post-it notes. You only need 2. Well, you only need 1. That's your reading, and that's your donation for the group reading. Thank you very much. Nikki can go over here, and then Stargirl goes over here, and Cynthia goes over here, and we'll see what happens. If I got enough momentum, I might be able to take one more. In the meantime, we've got Path, Yvonne, Gregory, Nikki, Stargirl, Cynthia, and group reading. I'll probably end up doing the group reading at the end. I'm just warning you, everybody. So, just letting you know, because I want to get the personal readings for everybody done, like before it gets really, really late. And if you miss the group reading, you can always see it tomorrow on the action replays. Okay? Okay. So, dear Path, This is a Leo astrodoodle. Do you remember the old days about a year ago when Terra Illumination used to do monthly reports? And I would do 12 of these every month, okay? And then I would do 12 readings every month for every sign. And then I realized I wasn't getting paid for any of it. And I was working like, for whatever it is, 40 hours, 20 hours a week, whatever it was. And so I had to stop doing it because I don't have enough time or energy to do all that free stuff anymore. So the only things I do now on the channel really is the Sunday night super chat, mini readings, and I take personal bookings, of course. But tonight is an exception. This is like a monthly astrodoodle for the Leos. The reason I think Path would be asking is because she has an interest, a strong Leo emphasis in her own chart. So this is a solar chart, okay? We're putting Leo on the horizon, okay? Now, here's something weird. I have to share this with you guys before we start the reading, okay? Before we start the reading, I had a lot of questions regarding certain clients that I figured could only be addressed through a solar chart. In fact, what I discovered right now, I can't find anywhere who has the computers or the charts to do it. I can't find any kind of online service anywhere that provides a solar chart. You put in all your data and you ask for a solar chart. I have not found one. If anybody knows about one, please let me know. So I have to create them myself. If I had thousands of dollars worth of astrology software, I could probably figure it out from there. But otherwise, I have to do it by hand. So tonight, we're doing a Leo solar chart, okay? Not a Leo rising, not a Leo moon, a Leo solar chart. It basically what it does, it equates your ascendant with the sun. Okay? In other words, it's like saying the sun is your ascendant, the ascendant is your sun. Okay. So this is what it looks like for Leos. And in a moment, Path, I'm going to go off and read for you personally with a regular reading. Okay? So, this is a Leo solar chart. Okay? So, it's taken a whole year. Like this time last year, the sun was right here in Leo, and it's taken 365 days approximately to get back to where we are here today. So that's like a solar return, just one solar return out of many. Okay? So I can do this live. Oh, thank you, Nikki. That would be wonderful. Thank you very much. So over here, if you look, I have put the sun on the horizon here, okay, like it's as though it's the ascendant. So some key dates for all Leos. Let's start over here because it's like the month is upside down. In the early part of the month, it looks sort of like what we have here. First couple of days, basically starting next week and up to the end of next week, we're building up to a full moon in Aquarius. The moon will be in Aquarius opposing the sun in Leo. And it just so happens that it's going to be quite a harsh, stressful full moon for all Leos, possibly for all Aquarians, possible for all Taurus folks, and even some Scorpios. Because what's actually happening is on this particular full moon, okay, 3rd of August, okay, that's basically roughly this time next week, the moon is going to oppose the sun, okay? So that's the energy of maximum opposition. This is the energy of relationship. This is the dynamic of relationship. This is the 1st house, 7th house dynamic, the self and the other. This is the house of open enemies and the house of greatest connection, okay? It's like having a mirror where you can't escape. There's nowhere to hide with this energy. And it just so happens that it's going to be in a very hard angle with Uranus. Uranus is a very powerful planet, but it's very unpredictable, it's very unstable, and it's going to basically, I think, shake things up a lot for all the Leos, okay? around the full moon. So I would start anticipating, paying very close attention to the astrological weather. As you approach this full moon, you might start to experience some radically, I would say, disturbing or shocking or surprising revelations to come to you in the energy of significant one-on-one relationships. Okay? And I think that would come from outside of you. Like it would be felt like an external force from the fates. For example, whatever might be happening in the United States with all the news, or whatever might be called destiny. So because Taurus rules your 10th house of destiny and mission and purpose and fate in this world. So it might feel like a very fated full moon where things are revealed. It's very like a very revealing full moon, like you discover who your friends really are. You discover who your enemies really are at a very personal level and on a very grand scale, okay? Now I want to go to another item here. During the later part of the month, okay, over here, it's actually very early, it's early next week, we have this large Yod alignment here, okay? I'll show you. See this orange blob here? And this orange blob here? These are in conjunct. This angle is 150 degrees. This angle is 150 degrees. And when they're happening simultaneously like this, it forms what astrologers call a Yod. And it's a very high pressure alignment. It's a very awkward, uncomfortable energy. And what it's basically doing, it's basically telling all Leos, you have to abide by your Leo nature. You have to, the energy kind of flows this way. If you think of it as like the finger of God, some people call this alignment, okay, this thing here, it's like a funny triangle, okay, and there's a sextile here. They call that the finger of God. And it's like that's the finger of God. It feels like there's a lot of pressure on you, Leos, right there. Now, the Yod could have gone here or here or here, but this one happens to be coming directly onto your sun. So it could indicate that anyone next week with a Leo sun might feel that they are under a lot of pressure to be their own most authentic, genuine, true, honest Leo self. And anything that is fake or unacceptable in terms of how you relate to other people will be exposed potentially in a very awkward, uncomfortable, shocking, surprising way. So in other words, Leos, all Leos, you are on notice. Be on guard. Be aware that you are being called out to be the most authentic Leo person that you can be. It's a very intense pressure, okay? This is a lot of pressure. This is a lot of pressure. Okay? So, dear Leos, and I know in general it's a fun part of the year. For me it is personally, even though I have a lot of quirky things going on, but this is a very challenging aspect, okay? Now, so the other thing that's going on is a very stressful alignment over here pretty much for the whole month. And it drags in later in the month too, but I added this, okay? This thing here goes on all month. It's extremely volatile, it's very, very stressful, and it's really all about, I call it, this is the health axis. This is the first house, this is the 12th house. This is the 12th house, this is the 6th house, okay? And over here, we have Mercury in Cancer, where communications can be exposed, where your communications, your transmissions and receptions of communication are under a lot of attack. Okay, it could be under a lot of hostile attack. Mars is in a very hard square with the Cancerian energy. Okay, and that's not going to go away all month. So if you want to add it all up together for the whole month, this big fat red triangle is oscillating in and out with various degrees of pressure. This is extreme hostility, okay? And it's happening in America because America has the birth sign here, okay? Looks like this. So America is under tremendous pressure right now. America is basically experiencing a lot of extreme open violence, okay? In their 7th house. Okay, let's not talk about America. This is all about Leos. There is some sweet stuff going on here with the Mars and Aries for a while. There's some sweet stuff with, you know, the Capricorn, Pisces. That's fine. But in general, I have to tell you, Leos, it looks like a relatively stressful or a very stressful month. Even though it's a solar chart and you would expect like everything to be wonderful because it's birthday season. Yes, take full advantage of that. Shine, shine, shine like you do, but please be aware you're under a lot of pressure. This is very destabilizing. This is very destabilizing, okay? And it affects your health, okay? There's a lot of profound, irreversible transformation that's happening over here in your house of health, where everything and anything that needs to be revealed is going to be revealed over a long period of time, which is ultimately for your improvements in health. But it's a very slow, tedious, uncomfortable process. You need to reveal it to heal it. So what's happening is that there is a lot of revealing that needs that shows what it is that needs to be healed. Okay, you got to reveal it to heal it. So there's a lot of healing going on. Some of it could feel like there's a lot of pressure coming from the outside, which is breaking you, crushing you, squishing you, just destabilizing you. But ultimately it's for you to grow and evolve and adapt and heal so that you can be the most amazing person you can be here, okay? Towards the end of the month, let's keep going. Towards the end of the month, we have a new moon in Leo. So hopefully by the time you get to the end of August, we'll have the sun and moon over aligned here in Leo. But again, it's going to be pretty stressful, okay, the alignments. But at least it's new starts and new beginnings. When the energies start to move into Virgo, it's going to soften up a lot for you, Leos, okay? I know Virgo isn't your sign, it's the inconjunct one next to you. But things will soften up for you. Meanwhile, August is going to be a very bumpy month for a lot of people, not just Leos. Especially over here, towards the latter part of the Leo season, we have Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto all retrograde. 5 planets in a row. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto all retrograde for everybody. So Leo, you're not alone in the suffering, okay? You're going to be fine, okay? Look at this. If you look at this as a sort of random weather chart, this gives you the opportunity to anticipate. Forewarned is forearmed. You can get through all of this path, okay? You just have to be very vigilant. You have to be very, very aware. You have to stand strong in your own light, okay? Stand strong in your own light. You are not defeated. You will not be defeated. It is a time to lead against all odds, okay? All right, let's have a look. I'm going to leave this over here, and now we're going to read for Path. This is an actual reading now. Greetings, Path. There are a lot of very, very stressful aspects during the Leo season. I just want to let everybody know. So, not just for Leo. That reading there, that was essentially for Path, okay? That's what Path bought. And so, but we can share it because it's appropriate for all Leos. And you can notice from there that, my little astrodoodle is just an agglomeration of the bits and pieces and the highlights of the month. There are many, many, many stressful aspects in the Leo season. So beware, okay? You can do this. There's going to be a lot of ongoing, escalating violence inside America as America faces off with America. Okay? It's not going away. In fact, it's going to get worse. I'm just saying it. I'm just calling it out. That's what I see. That's what I expected, and now I'm seeing it everywhere. There's a lot of mass violence. Okay, let's go over here. All right, back to you, Path. I'm going to pull out the cards, and we're going to do a reading for you specifically. So what about Path specifically? This is going to be a little message. What are the messages for Path Traveler for Leo season? Okay, let's have a look. Here we go. This is it, people. Yep. Yes, that's true, Stargirl. It will heat up. Okay. In the United States, in the Northern Hemisphere, it's summertime, and things are getting very, very hot. Things are boiling up, that is for sure. Okay? Tremendous volatility this month. That's for everybody, okay? So everybody needs to be aware. You know what? It's really good that you called this reading out, Path, because normally I wouldn't do it, you know? All right, let's have a look. All right, so Path, what's going on for you specifically? Hold on, I just want to have one more little chop up here. No reversals, sorry about that. I don't do that. I'm just going to use the Tarot Lumination situational spread like I always do. Okay, so here's the situation. This is now personal, Path, okay? Here's the challenges, and here's how we're going to handle it. This is kind of a broad spectrum reading. I know it's just a few cards, but it's amazing what can happen even with just a few cards. Now let's have a look at the weather. Hello, Kote, I see you. So, you've got the Six of Cups here. My feeling is that, actually, I think you might have hinted at this before, but I think it would be time, this would be a really good time to gather with your loved ones. Let me just show this up here to everybody. Okay? Here's the Six of Cups. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? Some people call this the past life card. Some people call it the soulmate card. It's all sorts of things. Okay? What I see, what I think is going on here is that it's a really, really good time for Path to hunker down and really take full advantage of her home life situation right now. And like create a vortex. In fact, Path, I'm almost repeating something about what you're asking for, where you start to coalesce with your loved ones, the people who you really care about and the people who really care about you, and you create a sort of a family environment where you can basically share what I would consider past life energies. There are lots of people who come to this channel who have past life relationship connections with each other. Okay? I feel that very strongly. I feel that in general, a lot of the people who come here have had some kind of 1, 2, 3, fourth degree of separation type of connection with others, like soulmates from a previous lifetime, Native Americans, Eastern Europeans in the 1300s, all sorts of things, perhaps even future lifetimes. But there's a strong energy of soulmate here, but I'm thinking soulmates. Soulmates in the home, in the house setting. And it's almost like turning your home into a vortex for soulmates to feel safe. Okay? It's very much about what you were talking about earlier. Here's the situation. Okay, with the Six of Swords, now everyone's going to have different interpretations. My feeling is that like deep in your soul, this is a very personal thing. There's a profound yearning, a profound craving to get away from all the insanity and leave it all behind. And it might be that this is a message. This is almost maybe like a message to you, Pat. Like, it's time to get away from all the insanity, because I know that you love to watch and keep a very close eye on all the insane things that are going out there on planet Earth with the news and, with politics and finance and everything, which is a really good thing. It's very, very important to be aware of it all. But sometimes you can end up overdosing to the point where it becomes poisonous. And then you start wondering, why am I feeling sick? And you don't know what it is or why, but it's like fear compounding on fear. Most of the time, the things that we gravitate towards are things that scare us, things that we fear, because we have to find out what this scary thing is so that we can, let's say, disempower that thing so we can find peace and move on. And so my feeling here with the Six of Swords is that it might be an idea that, an idea is to be very, very, very careful about all the information that you are collecting and gathering, so that you don't overload, you don't saturate on it to the point where it becomes poisonous, and instead start kind of doing what I'm thinking over here. I mean, for example, give me a second. Hold on. You know what I was talking about with this yod over here. You're very well informed, Path, but what I feel is happening here is that there's a message that keep informed, stay informed, but do not gorge on the information, otherwise you will get very sick. Instead, the situation is, if you're not feeling a desire to do this already, please consider the notion of only taking with you truth, knowledge, information, wisdom, communications abilities, things like elements, vital ingredients like trust, and bring only the most essential ingredients with you moving forward into this kind of new energy field over here, where there's a lot, what I see, there's a lot of distillation that needs to go on here, where you can take all of your natural inborn leadership abilities, your abilities to spot the problems, identify the lies, and turn everything around into something honest and intelligible and truthful. But the thing is, you don't want to damage yourself personally in that way. Sure, you can make it a mission, but you're not allowed self-harm, okay? You're not allowed to take things to the point where you end up becoming sick. I know what happens because I used to be a news junkie, okay? And I ended up becoming literally psychologically, emotionally, physically very, very sick. I can't take it, so I don't do it much anymore. Now, what's the challenge here? Okay, so this is the Strength card. My feeling is that there's going to be like a strong push-pull energy, okay, for you, where your natural Leo nature, okay, you can see that is a lion, okay? There's the big, big, powerful lion, okay? How the challenge is like Pat, you have your own version of spirituality. Like Nikki has hers, Stargirl has hers, Gregory has his, Yvonne, Cynthia, Terra Lumination, Kote. Almost everybody here tonight is either some kind of highly evolved spiritual person or a reader or something like that. And each one of you is very unique and different, but you've got certain core themes which are identical for everyone, certain universal truth. In other words, things like love is as love does, and what are the common things that are important for everybody? Trust, respect, honor, dignity, patience, kindness, truth, all of those things. My feeling is that path, you are already very, very, very blessed in that area. And so what I think is happening is that you're going through the early stages of the Leo season to get to the next level. Okay? So let's call this like your birthday energy here. And you're heading into a a new year of growth. And that'll really start towards the end with the Leo new moon, regardless of your actual birth date. One of the real triggers will be the new moon. So again, it's very volatile towards the end of the month, and then it drops off a little bit. But what I'm sensing here is that what's happening is that you are really being challenged to what I would call spiritually evolve to the most capable Leo path traveler person you can be. And the thing is, you're already that way anyway. And that's one of the things. With great power comes great responsibilities. And the great responsibility, I think, for you, Path, what I'm sensing here, is that more responsibilities are going to come to you. Where you're going to, it's almost like going to have to take on more and more of a leadership role in some ways. And sometimes that means having to let go of things that really are, you don't need to dignify them with your presence, your energy. You can just go off and become this more highly evolved path traveler person. But there is going to be a lot of pressure on you to come at it from a very, let's say, spiritualized or from a very heavenly perspective, above and beyond to what you're used to doing already. And that's a real challenge, because you're already a highly evolved, you're very empathic, you're very capable, you're very loving, very caring. You have a lot of qualities that make you highly qualified already. But it looks to me here as though you're going to be under pressure to take it to the next level. And I think that can probably happen best in an environment where you share your energy in a much more soulful way with soulmates who are, like you were saying, like a team, okay? And there's a huge distillation process that's going to happen where it's like you outgrow attitudes, perceptions, thoughts, beliefs, behaviors, habits that are obsolete, redundant, or no longer perceived as subjective truth. And you're going to be forced to go deeper into what is universal truth. Okay? Okay? Truth. Yeah. So, how are we going to do that? It looks like the bar, whether you like it or know it or not, the bar has been set very high for you. The standards are being set very high, and you already set very high standards, but I think that's why the standards are raising more, is because you can handle it. It's almost like, to me it feels like you're under pressure to evolve, under a lot of pressure to evolve to the next level. So how do we do that? Okay, very carefully. Okay, so with the Six of Pentacles here, my feeling is to do everything in a very, very measured daily manner. Like, am I putting too much energy in today? Am I putting too little? Am I receiving enough benefits and rewards and appreciation? Am I not receiving enough? And I think you're going to become more and more, let's say, refined and more capable of becoming path traveler. This is to me, this looks like a very personal reading about your own personal growth, your own identity, your own sense of self, and evolving, growing, and adapting and changing in order to thrive, to become the next level path. In other words, to go from this magnificent soul energy here up to something even more evolved here, higher frequency. But it's very hard to do. The higher up you go, the so-called ascendant, the tougher it gets. So my feeling is, over the next year, to do things in a very, very measured, very, very strategic way, one step at a time. Love is as love does. Putting it through your filters. Is this true? Is this honest? Is this legitimate? Is it respectful? Am I being respected? And so on and so on. Am I being my most awesome self? And so on. And making sure that everything's done in such a way that you are in balance, you are in harmony with yourself, okay? So if you are not being served by certain people in love and relationship, then you can either, question them about it, or you can say, okay, that equation doesn't work anymore. I need to move on and only relate with those who appreciate me. For example, there's the 6 here, there's the 6 here. I don't normally do numerology, but I feel here is that it might be an idea to, be very selective about your time and energy and the people with whom you spend your time and resources and energy, and make sure that they are people with whom you are deeply in alignment, where you receive as much as you give. Love is as love does. If you look at these as tokens, going back to the energy of love here, so to be very careful that you are not overly generous, and to be very careful that you are not deprived of what you deserve. So it means standing up to yourself, standing up for yourself, maintaining very high standards, being extremely aware about how lucky you are, because if you imagine yourself as the central figure here, the ability to receive and transmit energy, measurable energy, love is as love does. Make sure that you are not being too generous, okay? Make sure that you are being rewarded. There has to be a fine balance. Everything has to be accountable. Sometimes, okay, I'm going to finish that up. I hope that makes sense for you. Give me a second here. With that 6 of Pentacles at the end, what I felt is that there's going to be a high degree of accountability for you. The way that you account to yourself, and the way that the universe accounts to you. And there's going to be a lot of measuring and balancing, a lot of weighing and measuring up and down. What is true, what is not true, what is valuable, what is not valuable, and having to go through like evolutionary steps, not huge leaps. I'm just talking about day to day, every day. Just you're already very, I would say, highly tuned, but I feel we're taking it to the next level, where you're going to start to realize that there is a mission, a sense of purpose here for you that might not be fully understood yet, but you might be, it's almost like there's a calling, okay? And it's going to require a lot of spiritual integrity and accountability. Others to you and you to others, okay? People will value you. People will value your presence in their lives, but it has to be reciprocal. If you're very compassionate, okay? And you can't afford to be a compassion junkie. There has to be something reciprocal here, okay? I think that's it. I think that's all I got for you, Path. This is a very broad spectrum reading. I felt like it was covering like a whole solar thing, a whole year's worth of reading. So, it's something that you could just, sleep on it and then forget about it, okay? You don't have to watch this in 6 months if you don't want to. All I'm suggesting is that it's a broad spectrum reading, and that's how I felt it. It's very, very much about your own growth. Higher levels of integrity and so on. Higher levels of responsibility. Higher levels of accountability. Okay? And that's going to put pressure on you. You can handle it. Okay? All right, let's put that aside now. Thank you, Path. Yvonne. Oh, gosh, you know what? I think Yvonne might have come and gone, and she has donated a super chat reading for another guest. So let's do this. First of all, let me make a little announcement here. I'll see if I can explain it better. Okay, next up is Yvonne. Now, this is not going to be a reading for Yvonne. I think what happened is something with the technology here. Somehow or other, Yvonne managed to get in the super chat and make a donation earlier. Before I was actually even running the show. I don't know quite how that happened, but it did. And what's happened is that Yvonne has donated a reading to someone out there who needs one. Okay? So everyone here tonight, we've already got the people who are lined up for a reading. So what I'm going to ask is there anyone out there right now who's not, say, one of the regulars, but somebody's completely new who's out there who feels that they really deserve a reading? If so, and you've never done this before and you'd like to dive in and have a go, then type your name on the screen and introduce yourselves, okay? And we'll see what happens. I might do a lucky draw or something like that, okay? Yvonne, you were snuck in. You did sneak in, okay. So Yvonne, I'm trying to explain to everybody, there's people watching out there. There's only a few people here on the show anyway, visiting, watching, but if there's someone out there who is watching but they've never actually done it before, they've never had a reading, they've never chatted on in any of it, feel free to introduce yourselves and let us know that you would like a reading, okay? In the meantime, I'm going to go shuffle some cards, okay? And we have to keep an eye on the chat, everybody, okay? We've got to keep an eye on the chat in case there's some newbie out there who deserves a reading. Basically, what I'm trying to do is offer that courtesy reading to a total newbie, a complete newbie. Cynthia Barcena is a complete newbie. She paid for her own reading, but somebody out there who's a complete newbie, if you want to, you can step up. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me just shuffle up the cards here for the next person. Let's see what's going on. Alright, so everybody just chat amongst yourselves for a moment. I'm going to keep an eye on the chat while I'm shuffling and see if anybody shows up. See if anybody dares to do this. It's not too bad, you know. Sometimes all sorts of quirky, awkward subjects come up, but sometimes it's very revealing. Sometimes it's a lot of fun. Sometimes it's scary. Sometimes it's sad. Sometimes it's funny. You never know what's going to happen. Okay, I'm shuffling, and I'm shuffling. Okay, basically I'll say it again. If there's a complete newbie out there who's never done this before and you would love to have a reading and you've always wanted one, you've never had one, and you're intrigued, introduce yourself, type yourself into the screen, and let us know. Let's have a look. We might have to wait for a while, I don't know, and if in that case, I'll move on with the next reading. But we still have to keep an eye on the chat. Okay? Okay, I'm just going to finish it after this little pass here. Teresa. Who's Teresa? Who's Teresa? Teresa Schaefer. All right. Teresa Schaefer. Why not? All right, then I'm going to put that one up here. That's Gregory. Is that a yes question mark? Oh, is that me? Are you talking about me? Or is that... let's have a look. I don't remember ever seeing a Teresa Schaefer here, but, you know, who am I? What do I know? Okay. Teresa Schaefer is new. Okay, Teresa, this is it. You're going to get a mini reading. Okay? Okay. Okay. There you go. You can thank Yvonne, okay? Nikki's a little bit doubtful. Nikki's a little bit suspicious about all this. Yvonne, ironically, Teresa is a close friend of mine, but has never received a TL reading before. Well, isn't that handy, okay? Isn't that handy? Divine intervention. Wow, how cool is that? Okay, so, Teresa Schaefer, you're now going to get your own magic post-it note, which is going to be attached directly to Yvonne's note. Okay, so that's going to go over here. So you get your own. Teresa Schaefer. There you go. This is now your reading. Thank you, Yvonne. Very kind. You're very, very kind. Let's have a look. Okay, that's going to be it for readings tonight. Look at you. Don't mess with Nikki. Do not mess with Nikki. Okay? So we're going to read for Teresa, Gregory, Nikki, Stargirl, Cynthia, and then a group reading. I hope I can do this group reading. Okay. Here we go. Teresa's being called out by Nikki. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Alright, cards are well shuffled. I'm just going into the last minute. So wait a minute. There's something out of whack there. I saw it. I swear there's a card that's not. Give me a second, folks. Give me a second. I don't know. Well, I guess maybe I got it wrong. I'm pretty sure I usually get all my cards right. Yeah, I think we're okay. I think we're good. Okay. Teresa has watched before. Okay. Well, there's a difference between watching and typing in on the screen. Alright, this is it, Teresa. You're up. You're going to get a totally blind reading. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to do anything. Doopy-doopy-doo. Alright, so what kind of messages do we have here for Teresa tonight? Okay. Oops, excuse me. I don't do jumpers. Give me a second here. Give me a second. Here we go. Frittely's in the house. Frittely's in the house. So we're going to find out about some more raccoons any minute now. Any minute now. By the way, everybody, Frittely is also a reader, in case you're not aware. Sometimes Frittely does Tarot Illumination after parties, in case you're not aware. Sometimes she does private readings, in case you're not aware. Alright, Teresa, what's going on? Get comfortable. If you've never done this before, I highly recommend you take like 3 deep breaths and maybe stretch out your arms and invite your invisible friends to join you. Okay? Hello, SJ Starzy. Hello, hello, hello. Here's the situation for Teresa. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And typically, when I do this, I look at the weather. Okay, I think of it as, you know, like the astrological influences. Okay? We could even say that this is the kind of weather that I'm considering, taking this into account. So what does it look like for Teresa? Okay? Oh, yeah, memberships. By the way, Path Traveler mentioned something about subscribers. Please subscribe to the channel, but even more important, subscribe to the Tarot Illumination newsletter. And even more, become a member. You can check all that out at the links below, or if you want to, the easiest thing is just go to tarotillumination.com and go to the different pages. You can figure it out from there. Membership, it really helps a lot. The newsletter, subscribe, helps a lot too, okay? Alright, so what's it like for Teresa? Here we go. 10 of Pentacles. Wow. Okay, this is a beautiful card in its own way, in its own right. My feeling is like, to me it looks like a reminder. It's almost like a little bit of a shake-up. To me it feels like, okay, this is going to sound really strange, Teresa. I feel, what I felt was like a little bit of a nudge from my own invisible friends to kind of reach out and imagine that I am here with you right now, okay, Teresa? And I'm saying, just imagine this is like some kind of weird clinic, okay? Like you're actually here in Las Vegas and you could actually come over here into the studio and hang out and do this. It's like, and I just open the door and I go, hello, Teresa, come on and sit down for your reading. And I get a quick vibe. And what I'm sensing is like, Teresa. Hold on. For some reason, everything got jammed up. Give me a second. I don't know why things got jammed. Give me a second. Oh, my, some of my technology has frozen. Ouch. Okay. I don't know how to fix it. Give me a second. I'm going to have to end and reboot. Oh, God, this is awful. Okay, I'm going to go back over here to the stage. Give me a second, everybody. I've got to reboot everything. I should be back in a few moments. Okay. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Alright, let's have a look, see if I'm back at all. And I'll have to, sorry, it's been a bit of a blackout here. Let's try this one. See if I can show up here. Nope. That's wrong. Give me a second, people. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry, everybody. Everything's really getting screwed up here. I don't know what happened. I'm going to have to do something. Give me a second here. Oh, man. Alright, so chat amongst yourselves for a few moments while I get set up again, hopefully. Oh man, this is tricky stuff. Tricky, 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 tricky stuff. Okay, you can probably hear me clicking around and things. I'm trying to salvage the show. Let me see if I'm still here. And I'll be back in just a moment. And we should be good to go now. Alright. It's really scary when things crash. I have a really good system here, but I put a lot of pressure on my systems. I'm running multiple tons of stuff simultaneously. Anyway, it looks like we're back. I think. And now I've kind of lost track of what I was going to say. I can't remember what happened. Everything just crashed when I was going to tell a story for Teresa about the Ten of Pentacles. Give me a second. Okay. So, okay, let me go back to where I was. It's a very strange feeling that I had. Okay. So, Teresa, here's what I was sensing. Like, to me, it almost felt like it was very sort of weird and random, and you just showed up here, and it was just like knock, 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 knock. Hello, hello, TL. I'm here from my reading. Thank you. And I kind of go, okay. And I kind of go up to you, and I feel like, hey, Teresa, are you all here? Are you really here completely? Uh, are you aware of how lucky you are? And that's the first thing that I felt. Okay, the very very first thing that I felt here is when I saw this one. And like it almost doesn't matter whatever you personally see, Teresa, as your life in your world, and whatever might be miserable about your life in your world right now. What I think is happening here is kind of a reminder that despite all the chaos out there in the planet, despite that, millions of people, in fact billions, or at least 2 billion people are suffering very much right now. There's probably about 2 billion people on planet Earth out of a total of about 7.7 billion. There's about 2 billion who live on less than $5 a day. A lot of them less than $1 a day. And a lot of people inside America do not have an awareness of what that really means. I consider myself extremely fortunate. There's also a part of me which takes everything for granted. Okay. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Yvonne. It was very, very disturbing. I get very shaken up when the technology crashes. So what I felt here, Teresa, very strongly was this really profound message where I had to like take you personally by the shoulders and look you directly in the eye, and that's what I felt. Teresa, please be aware, however many stressful things are going on in your life, the planets of this, the planets of that, asteroids here, comets, bad news from the Democrats, bad news from the Republicans, bad news from China, bad news, whatever it is, the Weather Channel. Please be aware of how lucky you are. Okay? Think of, like if you could please, like a gratitude tree. Love Triber has a gratitude tree with 89 leaves on it or something. But you can start with 10. You can just make a list of like what now is really, really important for you, Teresa, is to take advantage of all. It's almost like chaos and volatility is your friend right now. It's all the chaos and the volatility on planet Earth right now is a tremendous opportunity for you to reconfigure your perspective about yourself and your own life and see your own abundance, all the wealth that you do have. Perhaps you have a nice mom or a nice dad or in-laws or nieces or nephews, aunts or uncles, or property or jobs or skills or talents, or an innumerable number of things that millions of people would wish they could have. And you have it by birth, or you have it for granted. And so this message here is to be aware of all the good things, and perhaps make just, on your own post-it note, make a list of the top 10 things that are most valuable to you, the things that remind you of how fortunate you really are, and then to be grateful for all of that. Okay? All right. So let's have a look at the situation itself. The King of Cups here. Hold on. So, give me a second. I just want to look at, there was something in the chat that was nudging me. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, so, give me a second. Sorry, Teresa, I need to top up on my beverage too. Stay right there. This is the King of Cups. Stay right there. Don't go away. Don't go away. I'm just doing a refill. I have to be very careful so I don't spill everything anywhere. A few weeks ago, I spilled a cup of coffee all over the stage. It was very unwelcome. So, okay. What I'm sensing here with this particular reading, Teresa, is that it is a lot about me as a reader, having to deliver information to you as though I was like a messenger, like a conduit, like an instrument of the healing power of love. And what this is, the way I'm reading this King of Cups here, is that it's a really strong message that it's time for you to, again, this is, please don't be offended. Like, it's really time to take advantage of everything that's around you, not to exploit things or literally screw people over by taking advantage. What I mean is literally be aware of all the assets that you have, the wonderful assets that you have, and kind of write a 10 list of gratitude about that. Take a look around you in your world and have an evaluation, have an assessment. And then once you realize that, to me it feels like it's my responsibility to convey to you that, I don't know how else to say it, but become more mature. You have to grow up. You have to take full ownership of this part of your nature, so that you are not, let's say, free-floating in the clouds, so that you are not like a boat adrift in the ocean. You're not just swirling around, living on what I would call autopilot, or your autonomous nervous system, or the lizard brain, or whatever you want to call it, your habits, your conditions, okay? To me, it looks like the King of Cups here is an indication that it's really important to take full ownership. Like, it's time to start attaining mastery of this part of yourself. If you're here on this channel and you're sort of getting used to these things, you're getting into it, this would be a normal conversation. The awkward part for me right now is that this is happening in a public forum, and what I'm sensing is that it's like I have to imagine I'm grabbing your shoulders, and I have to tell you something. It's really, really important, Teresa. It's really important. I don't want to be like a rude person, say, grow up, grow up. It's more like it's time to rise into mastery. It's time to mature. It's time to blossom and become what I would call spiritually mature, taking full responsibility for everything in here, so that you're not living out of reflex behavior from here. You're having to face all the difficulties in your life that are basically emotionally very, very challenging, and you're not allowed to walk away from them anymore. You're not allowed to sidestep them or ignore them or self-medicate or pretend that they're not there, or just moderate or change or compromise your nature, your behavior, simply to avoid the process of having to mature. In other words, by maturing, I mean evolving, growing, adapting, changing, so that you can become like a plant that's growing. So, I hope you don't take this personally, but a lot of it is like, Teresa, it's time to mature. It's time to look around you, grab everything that you can, realize how lucky you are, and like wear a new hat. You know, it's time to wear on, come into sovereignty of self from here. You're no longer allowed to operate from here through default behaviors, okay? For example, if we looked at your astrology on a professional reading, we might find a heavy emphasis on the South Node or something like that. I don't know. Let me go back. So this is a very wide, big reading. I don't know why it's coming out so big, but it is. Okay, so what are the problems here? Okay. Okay, so here, this is going to be, again, very, to me it feels very awkward. I'm not going to turn this into a relationship reading or anything like that, boy, girl, or anything like that. If there's a relationship thing going on here, you'll have to reinterpret it to suit yourself, okay, Teresa? But what I'm sensing here is that deep inside of you, you're already aware of what I've been talking about here. And there's a high level of deep uncertainty about what to do with the love energy that you have inside of you. These are very powerful cards here, okay? And maybe there is some kind of marriage vibe going on, or boyfriend girlfriend, or some kind of partnership going on thing here. And there's the subject about house and home and family and wealth and abundance and good fortune and all that. But I want to go beyond that. I'd rather make it all about you and much more impersonal. It's all about you, but it's much from a spiritual perspective. I'm not a fortune teller. I'm not going to say that, oh, there's this handsome male in your life now, and you're this delicious female, and everything's going to be... No, I'm not doing that. My feeling here with the Queen of Cups is that you, Teresa, in a very awkward moment here, like if it's just you and me in private, you would be saying to myself, yes, TL, I know exactly what you're talking about. My problem is that I don't know actually what to do with what I've got. I am aware about how lucky I am. I am aware about this, but I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to manifest this energy. I don't know how to own it, how to control it. It's just like, it's almost like the energy of being born wealthy, born like a princess, born gifted, but not having a lot of counseling or guidance or leadership about what to do with that. You know, who knows? You might have really nice parents or something, but and they provided food and shelter, but you might not have ever had to relate to people or talk about things the way that we're talking about them here today. And so the big problem is, like, at the level of your heart and soul, you know exactly what we're talking about. But the question is, like, how do I actually manifest this? How do I actually make this happen so that I really truly can come into full sovereign ownership of myself as a very loving, capable, fortunate being? How do I actually do that? Okay, I don't know what that card's going to answer, but we'll see. Okay? Okay, so alright, so how are we going to deal with this? King of Pentacles. What the heck is going on here? Okay, with the King of Pentacles, okay, oh, what the? Okay, with the King of Pentacles, there's something about you've got to decide. What is this going, Nikki? So you're gonna have to make solid, firm decisions. Just channeling Yvonne. Wait a minute. Oh, you're channeling. Oh, okay. Sorry, Nikki. I had no idea. Okay. So somehow or other, Teresa, you're going to have to take a dominant position. You're going to have to take a leadership position. Oh, Teresa, I don't normally do this, but I would love to know what the heck is going on here. Is this something to do with a relationship? Okay. With this King of Pentacles, how are you going to deal with this situation? Somehow or other, to me it feels like everything's kind of going in a circle here. Somehow or other, Teresa, you're going to have to put on the very heavy crown of responsibility, that very heavy crown of deep full of awareness, okay, where I'm sorry, hold on. Okay. Hold on, I want to, what the heck? Teresa, are you swimming around in kind of a loose, unlocked kind of manner? Are you basically, are you scared of being you? Are you scared of being in charge, making decisions about you and your own life? Okay. Yvonne says, you probably know more about the situation, but it's not your reading, so you're being quiet about it. Okay. And she wants to use, but she's not deciding on a yes. True. Okay. Oh. If there's some kind of relationship issue going on here, it's a very life-changing, pivotal relationship. Okay. It would help. I think it would help everybody here tonight, because I'm kind of stuck, because it's a very unusual reading. And I need to get more relevant here. Like, okay, Teresa, in order for me to help you, you're going to have... Teresa is not making the decision. She's waiting for someone else to make it for her. Is this regarding a relationship? Is it regarding a marriage? Is it regarding a potential marriage where, it's very, involves home and money and things like that? Is it going to affect you and your relatives, the other person and their relatives and everything? Okay, here's another one. Okay, here's another thing. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you. I just needed some kind of anchor to hold on to. Because, Nikki, my feeling is you can't afford, what's the expression? To go along to get along. Okay? That can actually be a very useful strategy to get on in life. But it also can lead to a huge amounts of self-compromise. And sometimes you might regret it. And a lot of people, honestly, don't like to make decisions, okay? There's a lot of energy about having to take ownership. Be aware of how fortunate you are, how much value that you have. Be aware with the Queen of Cups here that you, to me it looks like you are aware that you have a lot to offer. But it's almost like you're waiting for fate to intervene. Because a lot of times people don't like to make decisions. They don't like to make choices because then they have to live with the consequences. Okay? There's a reason why there's only a very small number of leaders or executives or kings or monarchs or CEOs or corporate bosses. It's because they don't want the responsibilities that come with wearing the crown. Especially the king energy, okay? Like the ultimate energy of authority and sovereignty of self, okay? And so it looks to me here that in some ways you might be one of these people who's very feminine by nature, and you're in a situation where you're being called or you're being called out. Perhaps it's a relationship dynamic, but the relationship dynamic, what deep down is happening is it might be a spiritual lesson where you are being forced into a position, however uncomfortable it is, where in order for you to live with yourself, with that Queen of Cups energy that's sitting there, let's say, without proper direction or ownership, to get that to work for you, that means you have to take ownership. You've got all that. You can't squander that. You can't waste it. You can't go along to get along just because it's much easier. In other words, let's say somebody loves you or somebody wants this or wants that, and you say, okay. and you know you have a lot to offer, but it makes me feel like I want to just grab you by the shoulders and kind of go, Yvonne, it's time for you to wear the crown, wear the hat, make the tough calls. Who are you really? What is it that you really want? How do you see things working for you? What looks like a happy home and family for you? What equals wealth and abundance for you? What equals a happy, fulfilling relationship for you? Those are questions like I'm asking you personally for you to ask yourself. And you can't outsource this. Okay, that's the essence of this reading. Okay, this is what it is. You are no longer allowed to outsource your life to other people. Okay? You're going to have to wear your own crown, your own house, live in your own house, your own world, your own wealth and abundance. You're going to have to be fully accountable to yourself. You're going to have to become the boss of you. And you're not allowed to outsource your life. When I say that, ultimately, you're not allowed to outsource the outcomes of your life by outsourcing decisions to anyone and everything else so that you don't have to make the tough call. Okay? If all these messages are regarding love, okay? So it's like there's no messages here about voicing, but you gotta come up with your own voice, okay? You might be heavily conditioned. You might be so sweet, so loving, so caring that it's impossible for somebody not to love you and fall in love with you. And it's impossible for you not to have a good life. On the other hand, it looks to me like there's a huge vacuum, a massive vacuum of selfhood and awareness, okay, that needs to come into awakening. It needs to come into being. It's like I was feeling at the very beginning of the reading, like I have to really shake you up. Okay, Teresa, that's what I'm feeling. I've got to shake you up. It's time for you to be you. You can't be what others want you to be. You can't just go along to get along. You're not allowed to outsource your life anymore. Okay, we'll probably have to do a follow-up reading, okay? This to me looks like a reading that's an opening to something much bigger, okay? So if you want to get in touch and do a full-on reading, we can do that. Go to tarotlumination.com and follow the prompts, okay? Okay, that was a really weird reading. We have to keep going. I hope I didn't hurt your feelings too much, Teresa, but I felt I had to call it out there. I'm doing it in public, so I'm trying to be, it's entertainment, tarotainment, but it's actually serious reading too. Gregory, you're up next. Thank you. Nikki's going to go over here. Okay. Hey Cynthia, if you're still here, I hope you can hang around. It's going to be a while. As you can see, these readings are taking a long time tonight. So we got 1, 2, 3 readings ahead of you, and then you've got yours, Cynthia. So if you need to take a nap or take a break, go ahead. If you can't make it for your reading, you'll get your reading anyway, and you can watch it on the action replay. And the same thing for the group reading, okay, people? Okay. Here's one of the things, Teresa. If you're one of these people, you're just really, really nice. It's very easy for other people to take advantage of you. Even if they're not trying to take advantage of you, they might just be doing it anyway. Okay? Because you might be so malleable. Okay? Actually, Nikki and Yvonne and everyone else in Path, thank you for the backup support there. That was actually, for me, a very tough reading, very, very awkward reading. And I'm really glad you guys were there as kind of like on the sides, backing up and supporting and offering perspectives. It really helped. All right, Gregory. I can't remember if I said this earlier in the video. I think we did. And this is for your mom. I think I said this already, didn't I, Gregory? I'm not sure. Thank you, Nikki. So before I go to the reading, I just want to do a recap with Gregory about his mom who's over there in hospice and having a difficult time with the siblings and everything. So the thing I was just mentioning, Gregory, in case you weren't here, I thought you were going to have a shower or something, so I told the story to other people. But you're here now. Briefly, I watched a movie called The Invention of Lying, okay, starring Ricky Gervais. And the point that I'm trying to get to is that it's kind of a little fantasy movie, and Ricky Gervais has this epiphany in the middle of the movie where he realizes that he has more power than he thought he had, and he invents the very first lie, because no one else in the world lies. And so he figured out how to lie, and it really changed his life for the better. And what he did was, when he was in hospice taking care of his mom, he wasn't sure what to tell her. He, in his previous life, he would have said, oh, they're going to unplug some plugs and then they're going to wheel you out and put you in a box and stick you in the ground, or else they're going to burn you. That's it. It would have been a very depressing thing to tell his mom. But what he decided, you know what, he went, bing, here's what I'm going to tell my mom. Dear Mom, I know you're dying. I love you very much. But you don't have to worry, because guess what? Guess what, Mom? There's a man up in the sky, and he loves you. And there's lots of friends up there too. You've got lots of friends up there too, and including your pets and other people who've already died. They're there waiting for you, and there's going to be a big party. And guess what? You're going to get a mansion. Okay? And so his mom passes away with a big smile on her face. And it's a very beautiful moment in the movie. Basically, Mom, there's a big man in the sky, and everything's going to be okay. And when you get over there, you get your own mansion. And you get to hang out with all your friends. Okay? Nikki wants a piece of music. Okay. All right. Actually, maybe I'll play it after this one. It's a song called Because I Care. It's one of Nikki's favorites, but it might be a really good song to play tonight for Gregory, because it's the song that I wrote. I wrote it. My mother never heard it, but I wrote it for her when I was dealing with my mom in the same situation. So anyway, let's get on with your reading, Gregory. What do we got for you? Now, this might not be about your mom. I mean, you're in that situation right now. Let's just see what the messages are here. Okay, let's just see what kind of messages. We've worked together many times before, Gregory, so let's keep it wide open. It might be something to do with your mom, maybe the siblings, maybe change of life. What does this mean for you now, going forward? Okay. I'm going to play the song afterwards, okay, Nikki? Please remind me. I'll probably forget otherwise. Okay, let's have a look. Here's how we're going to do this. I feel you, Gregory. I feel very tuned in with you right now. I feel that you're very tuned in here. It's a very serene, beautiful feeling. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather for you. Okay, so let's just say it. Let's just call it what it is. I don't know how close you were to your mom, or how much pain you shared or suffered because of with or your mom. Or, so a lot of people have very ambiguous relationships with their parents. They might love one parent, they might loathe another parent, they might hate both parents, they might love both parents. They might have had very despicable parents, but you love them anyway. Or you might have had really wonderful parents, but you never figured it out or realized it. Either way, there's a sense of loss here, okay? So it's understandable. Now remember, this is not a cups card, it's an intellectual card. And it, to me, it feels like this might be something to do with siblings, where the passing of your mother, for example, here might have opened the doorway to conflict with siblings that might have been dormant for a while. And now, like, who needs that kind of conflict when you're already dealing with the passing of your mom? Like, if you have a decent relationship with your mom, then the passing of your mom can feel very painful, a very deep, tragic, painful loss. I know for myself, I had a tremendous heartache when I lost my mom. I loved my mom very, very dearly, and my mother loved me very dearly. We had some terrible things in our family, terrible, terrible things, but the love dominated. So, here we go. Alright, let's have a look. What's the situation itself? The Knight of Pentacles. Okay, so with the Knight of Pentacles here, my feeling is that, Gregory, you're in a situation where you're going to have to be very, very steady, studious, responsible, very capable, and you're going to have to be the one right now. I guess this is something to do with the passing of your mom. It feels to me that whether you like it or not, you are going to do the right thing. Okay, no matter what. In order to serve justice, in order to do what has to be done, remember, these pentacles, you could almost see them as love is as love does. To me, this makes this is a very strong message. Like, if you don't feel this already, then you need to know this now tonight from this reading. It's very, very important that you step forward very, very carefully through this episode in your life right now with your mom and the siblings, and whatever it means in terms of life changes, finances, legal matters, wars, trusts, family trust funds and things where there could be conflict. To me, it looks like it's really important that you take the leadership position and you only do the right thing, and you do only one step at a time, making sure that everything is done properly, legally, honestly, in a very just and balanced and grounded manner for what is best for everyone. Okay? But it does look like you're going to have to be the one to take charge here. You might not want to, but it looks like someone's got to do it, and it might as well be you. Okay? Because you're probably the most capable. Okay? So, whatever happens, okay, here's another thing. Here's another thing that I'm feeling, Gregory. It's just like, as you go through life in generations, anyone here today, if you've lost a parent or lost a loved one and you're still alive, you know that life goes on. So the question is, what does that look like as life goes on? So I think here, another thing with the Knight of Pentacles, another message that's coming through here is that life is going to go on in such a way, how am I going to put this? It's like you're going to make the best out of it. It's like you're going to make it's like your job is to make the very, very best out of, like, honoring and respecting your mother. I don't know if you had a very conflicted relationship with your mother or a balanced one, or like most people, some very serious problems, but still deep down some kind of fundamental love for the mother and the fundamental love from the mother to the son, and that you will carry on the family heritage in some way, shape, or form. When it comes to integrity, things that are really important in life, like the universal truths, honesty, integrity, trust, respect, kindness, you're going to have to be the one who's going to carry that legacy forward. For example, if your mother is a kind, generous, balanced person, and she always meant well, she always did as well as she could, no matter how tough things were, she, was essentially a good person. It's now up to you to carry the legacy forward. Hold on. It almost might be almost like a secret message where if this is happening like in the near future, because you're in hospice right now, where there has to be, if it's maybe an unspoken agreement that has to occur or that will occur between you and your mom about carrying on the legacy of whatever is good about the Ross name, about the Ross family, the Ross genetics, the Ross whatever it is, that thing that comes with family. It feels like this, okay? Here's what I'm sensing. This is going to sound really strange, okay? So at some point your mom is going to pass, okay? And I think she really needs to know deep down in here that you're going to take care of everything and everything's going to be okay. And you're going to be the one who's going to continue the legacy of goodness. Because you're a good man, you've got a good heart, you've got a good soul, and you want what is good. You help a lot of people. And I think your mom understands that about you, and she's hoping that you continue on that path, almost like as a representative of her own energy. Like, my good son, you're my good son, you're my good child. Carry the good genes with you. Carry the good energy forward. Carry the legacy forward. Something like that. Okay, now what's the problem here? Let's have a look. Oh, okay, so we got the Knight of Cups here. My feeling is that, where's the love? How am I going to find the love to do this? How am I going to dig deep, deep down inside of myself? How am I going to do this in such a way that I can... It's almost like you already know what we're talking about. But the challenge is, it's like having the heart to do it. It's almost feeling like... it's almost like extreme self-doubt whether you can actually do what has to be done, because maybe perhaps doing what has to be done involves some very, very uncomfortable, awkward situations that you would rather not have to deal with it. It's a very painful situation that is starting to come into the center of focus for your life, your world right now, despite whatever else is going on. When you're dealing with the passing of your mother, then that's going to start to take center focus about everything right now. And so my feeling is that being like a good-natured person at heart, what might be happening is that if there is like interfamilial conflict, if there's intergenerational conflict of some kind, and you are being expected, and you know that you're going to have to take some kind of leadership role and do the responsible, honorable things, probably because you can't trust the others to do it, there's an extreme doubt that you have the heart to do it, because it means having to do this, having to be this very honorable person, carrying the legacy forward, and doing the good thing, means having to perhaps go into some very, very uncomfortable situations which are really going to tax you here in ways that you would rather not be taxed at all. To me, this looks like you don't even want to go to war or go into any kind of conflict because it's going to expose parts of yourself that are very, let's say, tender or delicate, that have either been have never really come to the surface before, but they're going to happen now. For example, here I'm going to share this. This might help to understand, okay? Okay, because I've lost both of my parents. What I noticed is that I have two siblings, and during the passing of my father, things became extremely emotionally turbulent between myself and my siblings, and between our siblings and each other. And it was extremely painful, extremely turbulent, and none of us really wanted to do it. We all had very disparate, very distant lives. We've lived very far apart from each other. But when it came to the loss of our father, it brought us together, and we had to deal with it. And things came to the surface that were extremely painful, extremely uncomfortable, that none of us really wanted to deal with. But we couldn't escape it. We simply could not escape it. And then when our mother passed, the same thing happened again, but on a much more extreme level. And it was shockingly painful between my brother and sister and myself. Some of the horrible things that surfaced, that we learned about ourselves and each other, that were triggered by the passing of our mother, especially. Certainly by our father, but especially by the loss of our mother. And none of us, there's three of us, myself and my two siblings, none of us would have actually chosen to go into that very, very painful, uncomfortable energy. But we did. And we dealt with it. And we are, each one of us, much happier, richer, healthier people now coming out the other side. So what I think is maybe perhaps something parallel is happening here, Gregor, with yourself, where there's some really painful stuff that's being exposed, and it means having to be very chivalrous from the depths of your heart in ways that you would rather not be, or feel that you don't really have to do, but you know you're going to have to do it, so how the hell are you going to cope? Okay, so with the Lovers here, to me it means, to me it feels like you're being forced into a very difficult position where you're going to have to be the decider. You're going to have to be the ultimate decision maker about what happens. Like the executor, I think that's the right word, like the executor of whatever happens now, okay? Like, dear siblings, dear Gregory, the life of Gregory, the life of everybody who was affected by the loss of your mother. You, Gregory, are going to be the person who's going to have to take charge and make some very, very tough decisions that are going to affect you and your brother and sister or anyone else. It might be something to do with money. It might be something to do with, difficult emotional things, familial matters, whatever it is. Something to do with a legacy, an estate, or whatever that might be. And it might be very awkward and uncomfortable, but someone's got to do it. And it's actually ultimately going to be healing. It's ultimately going to be a healing thing where you become starkly exposed to, let's say, not an opponent, but your counterparts. Let's put it that way. And your counterparts are starkly exposed to you, and there's absolutely nowhere to hide. And then you have to deal with it. So again, it looks to me like the way to handle the situation, let's just say, I don't know how long the process is going to take for the passing of your mom, but if you're there in hospice right now and you're right there at her side, typically people, adults are not in hospice unless they're very close to death. So it's obviously imminent. Maybe it's not tonight or whenever, but if it's happening in the near future, then it looks like let's say after it's happened, then you're going to be in the situation of having to take the responsible. You're going to have to wear the hat of responsibility and go into some deeply emotional territory with your counterparts, like your siblings or other attorneys or whatever that might be, in order for things to be done properly, so that you can carry forward the legacy of goodness that your mother would want to happen on her behalf. Okay? So it's a tough thing to do, but it feels to me like that's kind of where you are, and you can handle it. Okay? Give me a second here. Alright, great. I hope that helped you. It's just that this is not fun. I don't see this as anything to do with much in terms of relief. I think this is just a recognition of having to do the tough thing. Having to make very tough decisions and do the right thing step by step by step, even though it means going almost into an emotional quagmire. But you can handle it probably more than anyone could. Alright? Okay, now I'm going to play that song, and while that song's playing, I'm going to shuffle up the cards, okay? So, here we go. I'm going to play a little Tarot Illumination song. It's called Because I Care. So listen to the words. And here it sounds like this. Oh, wait a minute, that's not right. Hold on. Give me a second. I have to have a... where is it? Hold on, there's something wrong here. I'm having trouble finding my own song. No, I don't want that. I want... Here it is. Here we go. It sounds like this. It's for my mom. I wrote this for my mom.
Let's dissolve our pain and get out of danger. Heal all the wounds and cure all the anger. I'll be the doctor, you be the patient. Here is your medicine, I'll help you take it. No, it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. It wipes out the fear and makes you live longer. It's not a lotion, it's no magic potion. It's just a dose of love in the moment. I'll watch you while you're lying there, while your eyes are closed and your heart is bare. Perfectly still, but still aware. And I'm right here because I care, because I care. Holding your hand, I know you can feel me. I'll talk in a whisper, I know you can hear me. When you awaken, when we are conscious, totally healed and cured, just watch this. No more weeping, no more sadness. Gone is the fighting, gone is the madness. We can choose to become alive, or just disappear, or become survivors. I'll watch you while you're lying there, while your eyes are closed and your heart is bare. Perfectly still, but still aware. And I'm right here because I care, because I care. We're not gonna let you go down in flames. No, no, no. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna do this right.
So there we go. That was the song. That's for Gregory's mom. Okay. I don't know if she'll ever hear it, but it's for her. I wrote it for my mom. Just getting a top up here. Now, let me see. There was something I was going to do just for, I think it was just for Yvonne, was it? Oh, it's for Stargirl. This is for Stargirl. Now, I don't know how to do it like they do in casinos, but this is how I shuffle. So there's a microphone over here, so I'm going to go fairly close to the microphone. I'm not going to do that shuffle where they bend the cards because it's going to ruin my cards, but I just did that for Yvonne, for Stargirl, for thrills. Okay, there we go. That was your thrill. Alright, so now we've got... Okay, we're going to read for Nikki now. Brace yourselves, people. Okay. No, it's Nikki. We're working on Nikki right now. We just finished Gregory and the message. Okay. We're going to read for Nikki now. I think that's the right order. Okay, cards are well shuffled. We're going to just dive right in. What kind of messages do we have for Nikki tonight from her guides? So, there's a possibility here for a little bit of mischief, people. Just letting you know. In case you're not aware, you've probably figured out, everybody, Nikki's a bit of a psychic medium in her own right. Professional remote viewer and all of that. Nikki, they're already here, and this is going to sound ridiculous, okay? Okay. So, Nikki, I can't remember the name. You've got one of your guides is like one of these goofy, silly ones. I don't know how they normally dress or how you normally see them, but one of them showed up to make it look as though he really, really cares. And he takes this stuff very, very seriously. And so he dressed up trying to look like a very high-powered, what do they call that? News anchor. Someone who wears a very stable, important-looking suit, a really good high-quality shirt, an excellent tie, perfectly manicured hair, the perfect face, the perfect makeup, looking very, very important. Hello, good evening, and welcome. It's one of those kind of energies. But here's the giveaway. To me, it looks like they're wearing a bow tie, a really stupid bow tie. And it's basically like, okay, so they're just doing a clown thing. I don't know if that makes any sense. Okay? But that's what I'm sensing. It's basically like, hello, good evening, and welcome. But they're wearing a stupid bow tie. Anyway, there you go. Okay. Anyway, they're here. Let's see what else is going on. Now, okay, I got completely distracted there, so I'm going to do this again. Okay, there's a bit of squabbling going on right now, what I'm sensing. There's like this sort of inter-family squabble going on between some of your guides. Like it's basically a bit of a joke. Or it's like some of them are saying, don't take him seriously. He's just being a clown. Okay? Okay. In other words, some of your guides are basically like, Nikki, we're here for you serious. We are serious guides. We're like real guides. We're like proper guides. And yes, we like to have fun. We're glad that you're happy. And we're glad that you've got a few so-and-sos over here who are who like to have fun, because that suits you. But they want you to know that they are here, and they take this stuff very seriously. And for the time being, don't pay any attention to them. They're just being a distraction. Pay attention to us, because we're really important, and we're really very, very serious. But they're all doing it tongue-in-cheek, okay? It's all kind of a bit of a giggle behind the scenes here. And now they're saying, thank you, TL, for conveying the tiny nuances of what goes on here behind the scenes with Nikki's guides. Because it's mostly a hoot. let's have a look. Let's do this properly. Oh! Oh! Nikki! Huh? Nikki, I have to tell you something. Did you see that card that got messed up? Okay, it was a strength card and it got turned up. You know, I have to do the whole thing again. Okay, so Nikki, you know how I don't do reversals and I don't do jumpers or flyers or anything like that. But while I was shuffling there and I was starting to do the cut, I felt, and this is going to sound ridiculous, but I felt like there was two of them. And like, I guess it's the guys, or there's a couple of mischievous ones. Now this is going to sound ridiculous, you know, but it just, you know, take it all with a pinch of salt. Just remember this is a tarot channel, and I have a disclaimer on the channel, like, this is for entertainment purposes only, even though I take it very seriously, and I know you guys do too. What I sensed while I was doing the cut right there, I sensed a couple of them over on the side going like, watch this, I'm really going to fuck it up for that cut. And just as I was hearing that, I couldn't believe what I was hearing, and then anyway, I hope that makes sense. So whoever you are, wherever you are, guys, whoever you are, like, okay, I get it. All right. Yeah, there's some serious mischief. All right. So be prepared, everybody. Anything can happen right now. There's nothing much I can do. I'm just an instrument here of the healing power of love. And we operate on very high frequencies on this channel, so high that we are very closely in tune with our guides and our invisible friends. So it's perfectly normal to have some kind of, let's say, intervention. Okay, so a couple of them just nudged each other and said, okay, let's behave now. Okay, let's just do this properly. Let's let Nikki get her reading, okay? All right, so here we go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the Leo weather and the astrodoodles and see how that's affecting you. So I'm looking at this as a weather chart, you know, right now and for the foreseeable future, for the very near future. And I'm just using that as a way to interpret this. Okay, here we go. Two of Pentacles. So to me, it feels like be very, very, very careful. On a daily basis, dear Nikki, the message is watch your wallet. Watch your wallet very, very carefully for any reason at any point in time. Like, make sure your wallet is where it's supposed to be, your purse, your credit cards, your debit cards, your finances, your accounts, your online accounting, your physical accounting, your banking, all of your passwords, all of your security systems. Be very, very careful. All of your interactions, anything to do with the exchange of money, you receiving money, you giving money. It's very important right now to stay right on top of it. You cannot afford to be chiseled, bamboozled, or undermined or misinformed. You cannot afford a security breach. You cannot afford to have any kind of hacking or anything like that. So be very careful. You might want to, with all these retrogrades, okay, hold on. Okay, so Nikki, throughout the Leo season, we have a lot of retrogrades, but especially towards the end of the season, we've got 5 heavy retrogrades, okay, continuous, okay? So it might be a really good chance, through the August season, to just systematically go through the infrastructures of your life. I'm really serious, Nikki, okay? Like, check the security settings on your computers. Check the security settings on your browsers. If you use the Firefox browser or the Chrome browser or the, what's it called, the Microsoft thing browser. I can't remember. Or whatever kind of operating systems that you have. If you're on a Mac or a PC, make deliberate efforts to get inside, check all your security settings, okay, number one, on the computers and on the internet. It might be a really good time to really increase the quality of your passwords for everything. How to get on the internet, how to get into your laptop, how to get into every single aspect of your finances, your communications, anything and everything. Check everything to do with your banking, credit cards, debit cards, all of that stuff. Do a really deep dive inventory. Do a deep diagnostics regarding your finances, digital, online, passwords, all of that stuff, to make sure that you have the highest levels of protection that you can afford. It doesn't mean you have to go out and buy expensive antivirals, softwares and things like that. Most of those software systems are virus machines in their own right. I only use Windows Defender and the Windows internal systems, and I have very high security settings, and I have very high complex passwords and multiple two-step verifications. Do that wherever you can. You cannot afford to be hijacked, okay? So it's a lot of work, it's very tedious, but it's got to be done because you're vulnerable, okay? Anybody could exploit you. Friends, family, strangers, complete cyber thieves, anybody, okay? That's kind of what I'm suggesting here. All right. Now, what's the situation itself? That's just a background thing. Just please take advantage of the near future with all these heavy retrogrades to do a lot of deep internal work to protect and defend yourself, okay? Thank you, Stargirl. Edge. Yeah. The Microsoft browser is Edge, and the other browser from Apple is called Safari. Personally, I do not touch Edge. I do not touch Safari. One of the most advanced protections that you can get right now is Firefox with the new VPN service built in for $5 a month. I'm not kidding. Like, Nikki, if you really want super high security, do everything that I was just talking about, but consider using the Firefox browser and adding on an extra layer of a monthly VPN service. It's absolutely brand new. You might have to look for it, but it makes you almost bulletproof, okay? All right, so what's the situation itself? Let's have a look. Okay, so it's very much about money right now, Nikki. You need to be extremely aware about how much you've worked in your life to get to where you are, to be who you are today, and it's not going to stop. You're going to have to continue to work. You're going to have to continue to invest in yourself, and you can't afford to let up. Number two, you also have to be aware that you're going to need some rest. You can't do this 24/7, 365. You cannot afford to be a workaholic. You have to work smarter, not harder, okay? It would be very tempting to just stick in your existing habits and you and try to convince yourself, if I just spend 3 or 4 more hours a day to do this and another day a week to do that, then I will become more wealthy and stable and all of that. No, no, no. What this is about, I think, is really understand what work is and how that translates into money, and how you have built a life for yourself, and how you're going to have to continue to build a life for yourself. But you cannot afford to waste 1 second. You have to work smarter, not harder, so that all the equity that you have built in your life is maximized and optimized, and you can use that as a foundation to build on which to build more wealth and abundance. But it will take work. It means continued diligence. What's the problem here? Okay, you might be suffering some kind of deep self-consciousness type of thing, like deep self-doubt, like, am I worthy? Am I deserving? Am I open? Am I ready, willing, and able to receive abundance, love, and happiness? That looks to me like extreme self-doubt. I'm going to have to go. Oh God, it looks like I've been hacked or something. I don't know what just happened. Give me a second. Okay, it looks like things are still functional. I just want to check if I'm still here. No, I'm not. I seem to have disappeared. Give me a second. Something really bad is happening on the channel right now. So everybody, please kind of amuse yourselves for a moment. I've got to protect myself. Okay? Give me a second. I'm still transmitting. Okay. Let's try something else now. Okay, that's not working. Oh, it is. Okay. Give me a second. I'm talking to myself. I have to talk myself through all of this. Okay? And I'm just asking for your patience. Something crashed over here, and I don't know what or why or how. So I'm trying to do like a salvage operation, and it might take a few minutes. Give me a second. Okay, give me a second. I need to make sure that I'm back and I'm stable. Okay. Well, seems to be okay. Yeah, I guess that'll work. Alright, so, this is the thing. I'm trying to run a YouTube channel on limited resources, but I've got a really good computer, got really good internet, but there's still a lot of moving parts to keep this tiny channel going, and I do what I can. Alright, now, so Nikki, this is probably a message that you don't want to hear, but, you tend to be one of these, if you are by nature psychic medium, you can do remote viewing and things, you can't help it that you operate at very high frequencies. That's who you are, that's what your life is. And you are still a human being in a physical body, having to conduct yourself in a very material world, which is often operating at much lower frequencies. And so, as you navigate between, let's just say, yeah, thank you, I am back, okay. Thank you, Path. So, what I was trying to get at over here, here's one of the things that happens with people who are like professional psychics, professional mediums, and things like that. Sometimes it's very, very hard to navigate in the three-dimensional physical world. Things like money, jobs, stability, time management. And for like in America, there's a handful of like really famous, successful psychic and mediums, and they have gone through a lot of, I would guess you'd call, spiritual evolution and training to be able to operate at super ultra high frequencies that are required in order to do mediumship, psychic mediumship and things like that, and yet at the same time survive and function in a three-dimensional world that has pretty much nothing to do with mediumship or remote viewing. Most of the three-dimensional world is consumed with things like, oh, when am I going to get my pee break? Or do I have enough money in the bank to get food next week? Or does anybody think I'm cool at my job? Or whatever it is. Or how am I ever going to save enough money for retirement? Or I'm so tired I need a break, but if I take a break I'll lose money, so I don't know what to do. I'm going to self-medicate, whatever. And sometimes those frequencies are very, very, very far apart. Okay? And so what I'm sensing for you, Nikki, is that you're very functional up here, and you are functional here as well. You are functional at both extremes of your life. Okay? The three-dimensional physical aspects of life and the multi-dimensional super high frequency aspects of life. But here's the thing. Most people only operate with this level of, extremes. You're operating from here to here. So you're operating like this day to day. Like how do you navigate in this world? Or 1 minute you're doing remote viewing and the next minute you're having to sort out the passwords and security systems on your online world. It's a very different thing. Like super extremes in energy. And every now and again, simply because it requires extreme competence to be able to go from here to here and to here and to here on a very consistent, effective, successful way, sometimes you might have doubts. It's perfectly normal. It's okay. It's understandable to have radical moments of self-doubt, loss of belief in self, losing any kind of sense of conviction that you're okay and that you will survive and that you're going to win and that you're going to achieve, okay? It's natural because you just operate to such extremes, okay? It's like this to this, okay? And you have to operate between these extremes, okay? Most of us are lucky to operate between this and this, but you have to operate between that and that. Sometimes it's very difficult. So if you're having a difficult time now and again, it's understandable that you might have a moment of self-doubt. Okay? It's understandable. But the key things, how do you deal with it? How do you get over that? How do you overcome the fear of failure? How do you overcome the fear like, I'll never make it. I don't have a chance. How am I ever going to make it? Now, how you define how I'm going to make it, that's a whole other thing. Is it love? Is it money? Is it stability? Is it success? Is it spiritual ascendance? Whatever that is, that's your business. But the question is here, how are you going to do that? Create stability and abundance for the long term. Okay. Okay, so, with the Hierophant here, I don't see this as any kind of relationship type of reading. So I'm not going to go there. Some people consider this a marriage card. But although I've said it now, I've said it here in this reading, I don't really want to make that the emphasis or the theme of this reading. Well, instead, I'd rather take it on a broader context where it's like for you to overcome the challenges. Remember, these are messages from your guides. It's like it's time for you. Okay, let's go next level here. Okay, sorry, Nikki, this is going to sound really weird. I have to go to you in person. So, Nikki, what I'm sensing with the Hierophant here, how you're going to deal with it. Dealing with issues of, let's say, random, terrifying moments of self-doubt. I don't know if you've ever had these things, Nikki, but I know I have my own personal variations on this. Sometimes I will go through, it can come from anywhere. just one tiny random thought about my own incompetence, my own chance of failure, my own imminent loss, everything like that. And I can go into like a very cold sweat, or I can go into a deep hot flash. And it's typically triggered by a random moment of fear, especially fear of self-doubt, fear based on self-doubt, like, oh my God, just like that one moment, just it takes just an instant, and all of a sudden you can feel crushed, like, holy shit, like I'm totally fucked, I'm not going to make it. It's like the energy of having a car crash or something, or like realizing your bank account got hacked. You're just doing something, clickety click, 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 holy shit. Okay, so what I'm sensing with the Hierophant here is, remember what we were talking about at the beginning of the reading, like, very material, worldly, physical things, money, jobs, stability, investing in the future, checking everything about your finances, your resources, upgrading your passwords, all those things. What I'm sensing right now is with the Hierophant is like, let's take that a stage further. Okay, so this is like almost like having two readings in one. You do the first reading where you literally do something very tangible and physical. It's work. It might take you, half an hour every day for a week to sort all these things that we were talking about. Passwords, online things, security, Firefox, VPN service, whatever it is. And you figure it out. But here's the thing. Once you've figured it out, and you've come out the other side of it, you start to look at the rest of your life and the rest of your world. You know what? It's time for me to do this with the rest of my life. Not just my online business world, not just my online communications and banking and resources and work and career. It's my whole life. I have to systematically go through all the 10 commandments that exist in my life today, right now, and I have to re-examine every single one of them. Okay? It's really tedious and it's a lot of work, but that is a really good way to take advantage of this massive wall of retrogrades, especially towards the end of Leo season, towards the end of August. So I think this is a kind of a serious reading where it's basically your message, your guides are asking you to go into deep self-diagnosis, deep self-examination, deep repairs, modifications, and improvements in your physical world. Lock it down. Protect your money. Protect your privacy. Protect yourself, making sure that you are bulletproof and nobody can screw you over. Nobody. And then you kind of take a little break and you kind of go, wait a minute. I have to do that from my personal life too. My whole everything in here. And that's much harder to do. But that's what is being asked of you. That's what I think your guides are asking you to do, is to, as part of your own growth and evolution, is to go deep, deep into your own operating system, which is mostly, you would feel it here, but it's actually here. And understand, like, well, what is it that I want? What are my priorities? How do I get there? Where am I compromising myself? Where have I been compromised already? How am I going to step up my boundaries, my sense of security, my sense of self-confidence, where my sense of identity and self is not being outsourced or given away to expectations that might come to me from other people, so I can get validation externally, so I don't have to create it internally. It's much nicer and easier if someone else comes to you and says, oh, I love you, or I've got money for you, or I'm going to do this for that for you because you're so awesome. And then you can kind of go, oh, that's cool. Now I don't have to do it myself. And I can just be awesome because they think I'm awesome. And then I can just ride the magic carpet. That's not what's happening here. My feeling is that, like it or not, you're being drawn into this level of deep self-diagnostic, deep self-scrutiny, And no one else can do it. You can't outsource it to anybody. You might be able to get a reading now and again from Tarot Illumination, but ultimately it's, you know, it's like going deep into your own internal operating system, discovering anything and everything that's not working, anything and everything that's obsolete, and replacing it with new upgrades. Okay? Gosh, I hope that makes sense. I'm looking at this. The Hierophant is like your operating system, your codes of life. Take the message from here. Don't be scared. You can handle it. You know you can do this. You're already on top of this. But the bigger implication is for life in general. It's now that you've learned how to do this to very high levels of integrity, you now have to do it to your own personal internal code, your own operating system. Look at it like a list of like 10 commandments or something, 10 rules of the road for Nikki. And your guides are wanting you to go deeper, and it's like doing a lot of self-diagnostics, like on a car, for example, and then figuring out anything and everything that's wrong, and then figuring out about anything and everything that's wrong, and how are we going to fix that? And then you fix it. By writing new code, by creating upgrades, okay? It's a lot of pressure, but you can handle it. Got to protect yourself, protect your money, protect your privacy, protect your soul, protect your integrity, protect your heart, protect your self-respect. Okay? All right. Thank you, Nikki. Oh! By the way, the guides just said something to me. They just said, they were kind of like, oh. Okay, I'm talking about the serious guides. They kind of gave a nudge like, that actually went quite well. And there's a consensus, even from the goofy ones, the pranksters, they're like, yeah. Okay? It doesn't mean you're no longer going to have any pranksters around you, but there's a consensus from your guides that this is kind of what they wanted you to hear. Yeah, so basically the reading worked. Yeah, that's kind of what that's what they're saying here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. From my invisible friends to your invisible friends, thank you. Thank you, Nikki. All right, let's shuffle this up. Next up, Stargirl. After Stargirl, we got Cynthia. And then after Cynthia, we're going to do the group reading. And that'll be the end of the show. And then if you miss it, you can watch it on the action replays. Okay. So let me see if I can put this back together without going through too much mischief. Okay, we'll be fine. So everybody, chat amongst yourselves. I've got to get the cards shuffled up ready for Stargirl. Stargirl is looking for a birthday message. So I'm guessing you're a Leo. I'm guessing you are a Leo, Stargirl. Is that correct? Anyway, Stargirl, you're up. If you could let everybody know you're still here. I can't tell. The whole screen is filled up with purple lights from Nikki, so I don't know. But if you're here, oh, yeah, I see you. I see you. I got you. I see a little tiny, tiny circular picture of you. You look like you're a very smiley, happy person. Happy by nature, happy by choice. Happiness is a decision. You don't outsource your happiness to anybody, okay, Stargirl? You generate happiness from the inside out. Happiness is a choice, okay? Yeah. Nikki wants another song. Jeepers. Well, Okay, I'll put I am guided. Okay? I'll put I am guided. Because I am guided. Why not? Makes perfect sense. And this could be related to Nikki's reading. With the Six of Wands there in the middle. A deep terror, a deep fear, a deep lack of self-confidence. You're going to be okay. Because
I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected. When the light of hope it fades, when all faith is blown away, when all sense of trust goes down, when a smile turns into frown, when it feels there's no relief, nothing in which to believe, desperate in woe and grief, angels come reminding me, I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected. Angels gather close to me, show me what I cannot see. Angels take me by the hand, lift me when I cannot stand. Angels lead me through the dark, soothe and tend a broken heart, laughing at the circumstance, crying while we sing and dance. I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected.
Well, it worked. I played a song I think was a fairly decent match. Okay, so cards are pretty well shuffled. I'm going to go to the last second so that you're a witness. Dear Star Girl, you're up. Okay? I see your notes, Nikki. Birthday messages for Star Girl. Oh, you got a bunch of asteroids. I have to tell you, Star Girl, I admit I don't know much about asteroids, but yeah. An honorary Leo, why not? Okay, so we're just gonna give you your reading. Doesn't matter what your sun sign is. Don't worry about your moon sign. Don't worry about any of it. Okay, we're just gonna get you your message. Cards are well shuffled. You might have heard me shuffling in the background while the song was playing. Here we go. So, Star Girl, here's what I do. So I'm just gonna do something. This is what I do this a lot, but I don't do it in public because a lot of my own personal self-healing things are derived from like these bizarre advanced yoga things that I learned years ago. and it's not something, I tried to share it once for a while with our Lumination members, but it didn't work very well. But here's what I'm suggesting, okay, Stargirl, if you could do something like this, just like copy me. If you can do some kind of upper body shaking thing, if you're not watching this on a smart, if you can do some kind of thing where you could just like clear yourself. Imagine that you're covered in lint, static, dust, and everything. We need to get that out of there. It needs to go. Pretend you're like a long-haired cat and you've got bits and pieces on you and you need to shake it out. You've just had a nap and you go like this. Okay? So just if you could do one of those in private, and then after that just take a few breaths sort of like this. Just that. Okay? Just that. That's all I'm asking. Now, I can't take any more readings. I can't handle it. I'm going to read first. I just saw a note on the screen there. I can't handle more readings tonight. We got to read for Stargirl. We got to read for Cynthia. And then I got a group reading. I won't be able to take any more. I would love to have more. If you put any more money in the pot, it's just a donation to the group reading. That's all it's going to be. Okay? All right. Thank you so much. Hello. Who's it? Phantom Punk. Oh, 007. 007 is here. Wait a minute. Da da ba da 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 da. Okay, so you want to do 007? I'll do 007 with you. Okay. All right, let's go. Thank you for visiting Phantom Punk 007. Shaken, not stirred. That's probably a Bond thing. James Bond. The name's Bond. James Bond. Alright, Stargirl, let's have a look. Alright, let's have a look. What's the messages here we have for Stargirl today? It's a birthday message. Solar message, okay? But either way, it's going to be a message. What have we got coming up here for Stargirl? Was it Cynthia was commenting that she's staying around because she's getting relevance out of each reading for herself? Okay, I don't actually intend that with the show. I don't tell anybody that I'm doing that, but Cynthia, if you're getting value out of the readings for other people and they help you, that's fantastic. That means it's really good value. Okay, cards are well shuffled. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And let's have a look. Weather for you. So we have the Five of Cups here. So, dear Stargirl, I don't know if you're one of these people who's very, very good at denial, self-denial, but if you're in a situation where, let's just say it, that there is something tragic, I don't know what's a good word, if there's something tragic in your life right now, or if you are observing the world right now, here's, for example, let's just say you switch on the news. Let's say you're a very compassionate person, or let's forget this is just a Leo chart. This is a universal chart. I could spin this anywhere. all these aspects are here are for everybody. This is a Tarot Illumination Astrodoodle. I made it for Path Traveler, based on a Leo ascendant, but you know, it's the same aspects. And as you can tell, there's a lot of pain here, and there's a lot of pain here, okay? And that affects the whole planet. So if, dear Star Girl, you're one of these people who is like hypersensitive, and you are feeling the suffering and the pain of the planet as if it's your own, you need to acknowledge that. Okay, here, how can I do this? Like, for example, I know someone very dear to me who is very sensitive to the collective, okay? It's almost like whatever is going on out there in the collective, if it's pain and suffering, she feels it here as if it's her own. I can't help that. That's how she is. But what I try to do is help her to cope with it, because that's really all I can do. So what I'm sensing here with the Five of Cups is, Star Girl, if you're one of these, like, if you're very pure, just imagine, like, in your own way, you're very, very pure. Just very, very pure. And you get up every morning, every day, you live your life, and you go to bed, and then you just kind of go and, you know, you live your life like everybody else, for better or worse. You've got great things going on. You've got things that really, really suck. But what I'm sensing here with the Five of Cups is that you might be one of these people who's really suffering in here because of the collective, because of all the horrible things that are happening out there in the world right now. And 2020 is diabolical by any measure, okay? And as some of you know, I wrote about it in my book. But the thing is, if you are feeling that pain, okay, Star Girl, as if it's your own, like if you're worried about all the kids who are suffering, if you're worried about the losses that you're suffering in your own life, if you're worried about all the losses of your loved ones that they're suffering in their own life, if you're worried about the course of humanity and how we're all going to die at some point, and how the world seems to be going into a big dark pit of evil, and you take it on as your own energy, you have to acknowledge that it might not be you. My feeling is that you're naturally just fine. You might be like have the energy of what I would call like a wholesome, happy kid. You're most likely an adult. I don't know you personally, but my guess is you're on this channel and that you are an adult, and you are operating roughly at the same frequencies that the rest of us are here. But there's a part of you which I feel is very naive, or very, not naive, but innocent, where it's like you have a gap. There's a little gap in here, and all the world's pain and all the world's suffering finds a way into here, okay? It finds its way into here, and it's extremely painful because of the sheer scale of suffering, the massive scale of the suffering of hundreds of millions of people. Okay, that's the message that I'm trying to get at. Okay. What's that? Hold on. Let me see. Stargirl. I don't understand the thread. Stargirl. No, I'm not worried. I don't see it that way. Stargirl. Yes. Taylor. Nikki Smith. What? I'm sorry. I'm really confused. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by the chat. So, anyway, let me get back to the reading. Now, Stargirl, by the way, this is your reading, okay? Now, if you're a card reader, you might be a reader yourself, for all I know. And you can reinterpret this however you want. You might be close to someone who is suffering. You might be aware that there is suffering around you or something like that. There's some kind of suffering, some kind of tragedy that is out there, like in terms of the weather. I mean, I'm just going to be really simplistic now. For example, if you have friends or family in Hawaii, you might be scared that they're really going to get hurt by the big hurricane that's coming. Things like that. Or maybe it's not the end of the world, okay? All I'm suggesting is that this is out there. It might not even be your energy, okay? It's just that there's a lot of energy out there, okay? Weather. You want to call it weather? I like to call it the weather, okay? Look at it this way. Outside of you, there's a lot of weather right now. If you look at this as a weather report, this is very, very, very bad weather, okay? And it's out there. It doesn't mean it's in you. It doesn't mean it's yours. All I'm suggesting is that it's out there. And you might be vulnerable. You might be one of these people who takes it on as your own. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Okay, let's keep going. What's the situation itself? Okay, with the Three of Pentacles here, I don't know, Stargirl, what your situation is, but if you are isolated in some kind of way in your life, in your world, I don't know whether it comes to work, jobs, family, home, brothers or sisters, boyfriends, girlfriends, spouses, children, nieces, nephews, aunts and uncles, or something like that. Like your immediate, the people who are very close to you in your life, okay? It's like, my feeling is that, like, you have to find, it's not like you have to find, it's important that you find, okay, how can I do this? Like, it's important that it's like you connect with your team. You connect with your people, the people who love you, the people who you love, and you start looking at your life in a world in the context of teamwork. Okay, how am I valuable to you? How are you valuable to me? Like in a more traditional reading here, like the building of this cathedral could not happen without deep collaboration between the architects and the craftsperson. Okay? They have to work together. The architects aren't very good at building. The craftspersons aren't necessarily the best people at architecture, but you put them together and they can create beautiful works of art. So, my feeling is that what's happening right now is the awareness of teamwork has to become like, okay, how do I do it? Okay, teamwork. Three of Pentacles here. Like job environments, teamwork. How valuable are you to certain people? How valuable are certain people to you? What is your best team? Where do you fit in best? Like if you're like dealing with job situations, money situations, career situations, you might be trying to figure out what is the best fit for you, where you have the highest level of appreciation and value, like in relationship to other people, and other people value you. It's like mutual appreciation. So if you're like, perhaps you're in between jobs or something, or perhaps you're stuck in a job, or perhaps you're unemployed and you're looking for a job, what I'm sensing here with the Three of Pentacles is that the concept of teamwork and deep mutual appreciation needs to be the number one priority right now. Okay? Whatever that, I don't know how to translate that. I hope you can reinterpret that so it works for you and makes sense to you. Like, for example, if you got really hit badly by the lockdowns, or some of your friends did, or something like that, or your finances are being impacted by the lockdown, or something, anything like that, it's really important to, like, be with people who understand you, and you understand them, and perhaps create teams, and make sure that you hang out with people who really appreciate you and value your contribution the same way that they value your contribution, okay? Like, what can you bring to the table? And then you can ask them the same question. Well, what can you bring to the table? Okay. So let's keep going. So yeah, maybe if you're concerned about jobs, work, money, or situations, or anything like that, it's really important to make sure that you're with people where there's a high level of mutual appreciation. Let's see, what's the problem here? King of Swords. Oh, okay. You might have a deep fear of authority or something. I don't know, Stargirl. Maybe you like to be. I don't know if you're self-employed, or if you like to be self-employed, or if you are, let's say, struggling in work situations or earnings right now, where like if you are an employee, okay, and you would rather be self-employed. You know, a lot of people struggle with that. A lot of people do not like to be employed. You might have, for example, you might have a very deep fear of employers, a deep fear of people who, try to dominate you and control you, a deep fear of bosses, to the point where you might be considering, how can I become self-employed or work in a team where it's teamwork instead of like boss and employees. I don't know if that makes sense. Hold on, here's another way to look at it. Okay, Stargirl, with that King of Swords here, my feeling is that you might have been very damaged or frightened about jobs or money or work situations where you had big nasty bosses or something like that, and you might have an aversion or a deep fear of like the classic situation of the boss and the employee. That's understandable. A lot of people feel that. And deep inside, there might be this rising feeling energy of like, I'd rather be self-employed, or I'd rather work in a team where we are all mutually self-supportive. Here's an example. There are some, it's pretty rare, but have you ever heard of a shop called Trader Joe's? They have a high degree of integration between employers and employee. Like, the bosses walk the talk. The bosses are not there trying to exploit their workers and screw them over and give them the shittiest amount of paycheck and get the most amount of hours and work for them. If you ever go shopping at a little place called Trader Joe's, you will feel the difference. Trader Joe grocery store employees like it there. Most of them like it. They are proud to be Trader Joe's employees because there's a high degree of teamwork between the employees and between the employers and the employees, okay? So that's the kind of vibe that I'm feeling here. It's like you need to be self-employed. You need to work in an environment, in a kind of team situation where you don't have to necessarily be the boss of the boss, but you are a significant member. Some places, they're like employee owned. There's There's a store here. Love Triber took me to a store. I can't remember what it's called. Winco or something. I don't know. It's some kind of store, and it is employee owned. The employees own the shares in the company. So the employees can't be screwed over by the employers. The employees are the employers, okay? So that's what I'm sensing with the Three of Pentacles for you. That's what you need, that's what you want. And it's understandable if you have a deep fear of employers, okay? Or deep, like you said, dislike. Okay, so how do we get over that? Let's have a look. Especially if you're worried about job and career. How do we deal with that? Okay, with the Nine of Pentacles here, to me it feels like there's a strong emphasis that might be a really good idea for you, Stargirl, to really start to take it very seriously, the whole concept of being self-employed. Where you're the boss of you. If things fail, it's your fault. If things succeed, it's your fault. Okay? And then you get to enjoy the benefits. There's a high degree of independence associated with this card, where it's like the energy of self-made. It's a female card, but it could be for a guy as well. So I think the message here is that when you look at your day-to-day life regarding things like career, jobs, and money, and the fear of all the things that go with the workplace, accountability, payroll, taxes, clocking in, clocking out, I don't know, what's it like, workplace drama, whatever it is. I think with the Nine of Pentacles here, the birthday message is to start seriously thinking about self-employment in some way, shape, or another. Even if it includes a team, okay? Maybe you hold a strong leadership position in the team, but it's still essentially like being self-employed, okay? Okay? Okay. So it's really important. I think there's a strong message here. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know what exactly it would look like for you to be self-employed, but there's a very strong message here that you need eventually, somehow or other, to become self-employed. It's not necessarily the easiest path to follow, because you can't blame it. You can't just go out there, get a job, and collect a paycheck. You're probably going to have to do some follow-up work on this, okay? If you're already, like you said, you're already in motion, okay? So this is a really strong message. Whatever pain and suffering you've been dealing with in the past, the way to deal with it is move forward with a very simple, clear determination to create your own path, to become financially independent, essentially become self-employed, but include teamwork, okay? It's okay to have teamwork when you're self-employed. Something like that, okay? Okay, I hope that makes you feel more confident going forward into the future. Do not fear. You're going to be okay, but it's going to take time and dedication to self, deeply self-loving. Love thyself, okay? And make this a priority. Make this your priority. That is the birthday message. Become self-employed. Whatever that looks like, including teamwork, if necessary. Okay? There you go. There's your reading. Wow. I'm really glad we did that. I hope that helps you. Yeah. It says here, that was so perfect. Okay, so we're kind of on it here. All right, so we've got Cynthia up. Cynthia, you're next. This is the very last reading of the night for the personal readings. After that, we're going to do a big group reading, okay? I know it's very late at night for a lot of you, but, if you're interested and you want to go, but you still have to go to bed, You can catch this tomorrow or Tuesday or something on the action replay, okay? Up next is Cynthia. Alright, Cynthia, here we go. Let's have a look. Let's see here. Thank you for coming to the show tonight, Star Girl. Alright, Cynthia, get comfortable. We're going to just give you whatever messages come up, okay? And as you've probably figured out on this show, anything and everything comes up. You don't really have to do anything. You can just sit there, okay? Thank you, Nikki. I see that. Here we go. Hey Cynthia, this is going to sound very strange. Cynthia, well, this is going to sound very strange, but I'm just kind of curious. Do you tend to have any kind of physical or facial expressions that you could call wide-eyed? In other words, something like this, like if you're interested in something, for example, if you haven't done this kind of stuff before and you're interested in it, what I'm sensing here is this. I'll see if I can do it. Does that make any sense to you? That's I picked it up here very, very strongly, as though like, oh, finally it's my turn, and it's my turn, and it's like if we're doing this, like pretend like if you can imagine. You're at the Terra Lumination studio right now. We can hang out together one-on-one. That's what I would see. It's like an energy of curiosity, of innocent, almost like innocent, childish, pure curiosity, okay? For the self, for the world, for everybody. It's just the curiosity, the wonders of what we do here. It's all kind of magic, okay? I mean, seriously, can anybody actually explain in a few sentences how we do this? I mean, I've got my own theories, but it is kind of strange when you think about it that I'm sitting over here in a studio thousands of miles away, and we do these things, and we have these instant heart-to-heart connections, psychic spiritual connections. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Like, Nikki knows this stuff well. Nikki does remote viewing, for example. But it's still an amazing thing, okay? Nikki, is that true? So, Cynthia... Okay. Alright, so I just picked up on it. So I just thought I would share it with you as kind of a little fun, like, appetizer, just for thrills. I don't normally do psychic stuff or mediumship, but if I feel something and it feels relevant, I will share it. Okay? So there we go. Intrigued. That's a perfect word. Okay, here we go. Let's have a look. Actually, cards are already well shuffled, so we're fine. Thank you, Star Girl. I just saw your note. It's very sparkly, full of stars and rainbows. Thank you very much. I feel very blessed that you're here too. I was very, 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 I think I actually felt really proud of myself doing that reading with you, because some of it was a little bit, let's just say, awkward. All right, here we go. All right, what kind of messages do we have here? Nikki! Nikki's doing some remote viewing. All right, here we go. Let's cut it all up. All right, Cynthia, what's going on? Chicana Azteca. This sorcery is the devil's work. What can those cards tell us? Okay, hold on. I have to do a bit of housekeeping. I'm just going to remove. Okay. And also I'm going to hide the user. Okay. Okay. So, sorry, I had to do a bit of housekeeping. Okay. All right. Let's have a look. I got to do a couple of bits and pieces here, sort things out. Sorry we had a bit of an interruption. Give me a second. Sorry, Cynthia, I have to do this all over again. Here we go. All right, let's see what's going on, Cynthia. All right. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather. You know, Cynthia, what I like to do, pretend this is neutral, it's just weather, okay? So I have the Three of Cups. To me, this feels like you're highly appreciated. Okay, so on this little chart here, there's a lot of bad weather. All this red stuff basically represents extremely challenging astrological conditions. It's not the end of the world, because you can rise above this. You can float through this. You can learn from this. You can grow from all of this stuff, okay? So don't worry about it. But the way this reads for you is that maybe it's just something very simple. Maybe this is a point in time where the message right now for you, Cynthia, is to look around you and realize that you might be one of the lucky ones on Earth, on this planet right now, where if you are not celebrating, perhaps you should celebrate, especially what I would think of as what's the word? Sisterhood. Okay? Like the energy of, you know, like how guys create these, you know how guys create these things called fraternities and clubs and brotherhoods? I can't remember. What is the equivalent word for women? I can think of sisterhood, but there has to be some other words for that. What I'm sensing here is to take advantage of the situation right now and align yourself with your sisters. Womanhood, sisterhood, femininity, girl power, and look at yourself as being a member of not an elite crowd, but more like a blessed group of people who happen to be women, who happen to be enlightened, who happen to be open-hearted, and who happen to be aware enough and smart enough that this is something very cool. It's something to celebrate. The energy of sisterhood. Sorority. That's it. Thank you, Star Girl. Okay? So, what I'm sensing here, I'm just going to turn this back to the channel. It's a bit like a self-promotion thing. So, Cynthia, you might have noticed that a lot of the visitors here are female. Okay, so think of it perhaps as a sisterhood, a sorority, okay? I'm a guy. I don't have a problem with, we have guys who come here. I have a few regular male clients. I have all sorts of clients, but typically when you look into the world of spirituality, astrology, tarot, self-healing, high-end, super advanced yoga, all of those things, it's very heavily dominated by female energy. On the other end, where it's the masculine energy, most of the people who do it from the masculine side, they're very concerned about being regarded as a hero or a guru or a boss or a divine guide leader or something like that, which is very different. It's very masculine, like I am the boss kind of thing. But over here at Tarot Illumination, there is definitely a sorority. There is definitely a sisterhood here. And what I'd like to do is suggest that this little Three of Cups card is like an invitation for you to join the sisterhood and enjoy the benefits of girl power, like group, the energy of the group, the energy of girl power in a group, like what's a strength in numbers, okay? That's what I'm sensing here, okay? So that's what I'm sensing about the Three of Cups is, like you were saying that you're all ears and that you're very intrigued. Well, from my perspective, we're starting off with, like, first of all, a sign of appreciation. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your energy. You happen to be female. That Cynthia is a female name. And it looks to me like this is kind of like a welcome committee. And it's time for you to share yourself with the sorority that exists here. And for the sorority that exists here to embrace you and make you one of them or one of us. I mean, I'm part of it, but, it's really the women, okay? So I hope that makes sense. What's the situation itself? Oh, the King of Pentacles. So, I don't want to turn this into a relationship reading, okay? But this is a very strong masculine card, okay? But I'm trying to make this all about you. It's all about you. To me, it feels like this is symbolic of a determination that you are absolutely, determined to have the highest levels of sovereignty of self in terms of like money, stature, position, integrity, wealth, structure, to be the boss of you. If you're not the boss of you, then, this is completely different from the other reading, but with the King of Pentacles here, my feeling is that your situation is all about maximizing yourself. How am I, Cynthia Barcena, going to go about becoming the most high integrity version of myself possible? The highest levels of sovereignty of self where, okay, oh gosh, hold on, I have to go back over here. Give me a second. There's another expression. It's in the masculine world. Like they do it, I think, like in mafia gangbanger movies or something. But they use an expression like, "You're a made man." Okay, let's say the bosses come up to you, and they're the mafia bosses, and you've been a really good mafia crime lord or something. You've done a really good job, and you've risen up to the point where the bosses of the bosses, they come and say, they invite you. They say, come over here, Cynthia. And they have a meeting, and they look at you, and they say, basically, we've decided you're a made man. And then you from now on, you are a made man. Now, I don't know if you could do that. A made woman, I don't know if they do that in the world of women, but to me it looks like this. King of Pentacles here, it looks to me like your situation is that you are determined to be a woman of substance. You have to be a woman of substance. You are a woman of substance. And somehow or other, one way or another, this is going to have to happen. It has to happen. And it might be something new for you. Maybe you don't normally see yourself this way. Or maybe you, like, you're not used to seeing yourself this way, but somehow or other, to me, it's very much like I have to stand my ground. You have to stand your ground. You're going to have to plant your feet in deep, deep physical reality, the physical reality of yourself in your world. All your strengths, all your weaknesses, everything that's good about your location, your DNA, your family, your heritage, your intelligence, your qualifications in life, all of that has immense value, and you have to make a stand. It is time for you to make a stand in your position, in your world, where you basically make it very clear, like, you're the boss of you. Okay? And because it's a Pentacles card, it has to be evidence. There has to be physical evidence, like love is as love does. In other words, you can't tell everybody, like, hey, I've decided I'm not going to let anyone screw me over. And then the next minute, you let somebody screw you over. You can't do that. With the Pentacles, everything is evidence. It's very real. It's very measurable. In other words, actions speak louder than words. In other words, with the King of Pentacles, you're going to have to walk the talk. You're going to have to live by example. It's time for you to rise into your power. Rise into your, what's it called? The divine masculine? Something like that. Whatever it is. And be that part of yourself. Not every woman wants to do that. A lot of women would just prefer to be feminine. I want to be feminine. I want to be a woman. Let the guy be the guy. But, sometimes you let yourself down if you want to adhere to something very simple and black and white as that. Love thyself. So the King of Pentacles energy here is saying it's time to wear the big hat, to wear the big boy pants, to wear the trousers. It's time to do that in such a way that it's evident. It has to show through actions. Okay? Actions speak louder than words. And it can be very simple, measured actions. Okay? Very simple. Like if someone's coming at you for this or coming at you for that, or they got expectations of this or expectations of that, and they're used to walking all over you, or you are used to letting people walk all over you, it's time to make a stand. It's very simple. Like, actually, no, I'm sorry. I don't have the time for that right now. Or like, I wish I could help you, but I got to do this. Or like, you know what? That's your problem. You should take care of that. I'm sorry, but that's your problem. Mind your own business. SEP. I'm minding my own business. It's very, very important time right now to mind your own business. Become the boss of you. Prioritize the self. Love thyself. But that doesn't mean you're mean and horrible and nasty. It means no apologies, okay? Now what's the problem? Okay. Oh, gosh, okay. So, Cynthia, it looks to me like one of the problems is that you're stuck. You're really, really stuck. It might be things to do with jobs, relationships, families, I don't know, boyfriends, husbands, children, nieces, nephews, whatever it is, a relationship or something. With the Five of Swords here, you might be feeling like, I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. In other words, like from a position of fear, you might be thinking like, if I stand up for myself, if I live to the full extent of sovereignty for myself, I'm damned. Because people are going to say, fuck you, you know. Who do you think you are turning around on us like that? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're really that special? I'm sorry, no. Well, I like. And then, on the other side, you're damned if you don't. If you just continue to basically be invisible, if you continue to avoid being your full sovereign self, then what you're doing is a slow form of self-destruction. Compromise layered on top of compromise, layered on top of compromise. And that is no good either. So you might be frightened of being locked or stuck in a situation of I'm damned if I do something, I'm damned if I don't. But that's all based on fear, okay? Fear, F-E-A-R, what's that word? False evidence appearing real, okay? You might just be living in fear, okay? So, how do we deal with that? You might be stuck. In other words, another problem here could be that you're stuck in futile drama, futile conflicts, futile negotiations, futile conversations that don't lead anywhere except to more and more shit. And that doesn't serve you, it doesn't serve them. And if you do anything where you feel like you have to prove yourself and you piss people off, you're scared of doing that. On the other hand, if other people are yelling at you to try and prove themselves to you, and you walk away, then that's a problem too. So it's like a lose-lose situation here. You're frightened of the lose-lose situation that comes from a natural fear of having to stand up for yourself and be your true self. It's understandable. So how are we going to deal with that? Okay, you do it in little chunks. Okay, with the Eight of Pentacles here, I think what we're talking about is a little bit like self-esteem issues, self-worth issues, where if you're not used to dealing with these kind of subjects, Cynthia, and you just ended up on this channel tonight where the messages are all about it's time for you to deal with issues of self-worth, issues of fear of being trapped, fear of like, I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. Like, I'm damned if I stand up for myself, I'm damned if I let people walk all over me. So the way to deal with it is there's no point in thinking like, oh, all I have to do is just click. I'm just going to be my own most awesome sovereign self and all my problems are fixed. No. These are pentacles. Pentacles implies things like time, energy, resources, patience, and work, okay? So with the Eight of Pentacles here, my feeling is that the message here is, number one, welcome to your sorority. Welcome to your sisterhood. You can really benefit from the women here, Cynthia, especially if you become a member, especially if you subscribe to the newsletter, okay? So let's just say you do that and you decide, wow, this is actually kind of cool. There's all this serious, heavy-duty girl power here inside the Tarot Illumination channel, even though TL is a guy, who cares? Okay? Forget the gender issues here. then you can realize, like, wow, this is a resource. My sorority is a resource. And then step by step by step, it's work. It becomes like a big project. It becomes a project. Becoming this, getting to the point where you attain sovereignty in self, where you attain sovereignty of self, becomes a work in progress. It becomes a mission, a worthy goal, something that involves time, energy, commitment, resources, dedication, labor, hard work, investment, okay? So, hear me out. Please bear with me. Okay, so that's what I'm sensing about the reading here. To me, it feels like it's like a welcome to the sorority, welcome to a sisterhood. You are a woman. You deserve to be a woman in your full sovereign self. Guess what? There are some amazing resources with all the women who hang out here. Every woman who's here has problems, immense challenges of their own. But that's not going to stop them being their most awesome sovereign self possible. And they do a lot of it through mutual self-support, okay? They treat it like a party, okay? That's the Three of Pentacles. They actually enjoy the energy of sorority, the energy of sisterhood. And from becoming, let's say, basically becoming a member, it sounds like I'm trying to recruit you, okay? Basically I am. I personally, Tarot Illumination, I'm trying to recruit you to the channel to become a member and to subscribe to the newsletter and so on and so on. But what it's really about is that you are getting access to a sorority. You're getting access to a very deeply loving, very powerful sisterhood. And you are very welcome here, okay? That's your message. There we go. And now we're going to move on to the group reading. Thank you, Cynthia. I hope you got something out of that. Alright, I don't know if Robin is still here. It's probably way too late for Robin. It's very, very late at night. We've already been going 4 hours. Okay. Welcome, Cynthia. Nothing wrong with the Hermit. Okay, I'm going to shuffle it up and then we're going to do a group reading. We can thank Robin's Realms Readings. Robin is also a reader. And we can thank you, Path Traveler. Thank you very much, Path. Now, this is going to be a very different reading. Okay, I'm going to use the Tarot Illumination Heart Spread. It's on the understanding. Let me just do this. Hold on. Okay, that's pretty much it for the show tonight for the personal readings. We're going to do a group reading. It's sponsored by Robin's Realms Readings and Path Traveler. Thank you very much. And this is for basically anybody who's watching the video. Whether you're chatting or typed in or whether you got a reading or not, Anybody who watches it and you happen to end up at the very end of the video, this is for you too, okay? I'm using the Tarot Illumination heart spread. It sort of looks like this when it's laid out on the stage, okay? And it's about, what it's really all about is getting to the point where, you know how we all live our lives most of the time from the neck upwards, and the rest of our body is just like this squid-like extension of our head, okay? I like to live from the heart center as much as possible. I'm not an expert, but I still work at it. I try every day so that my head is the servant of my heart. And the heart has a language, okay? And the heart has a voice. And the question is, are you listening? Are you listening? Because when you live from the heart center, everything changes for the better, okay? I guarantee. It might be very disorienting, and it doesn't happen just overnight. But decision by decision by decision by decision by decision, when you choose to live from the heart center, you will start to feel the difference and how much more satisfying it is. And that's what your invisible friends want. That's what heaven wants. That's what your heart and soul wants, okay? All of that stuff up here, mostly that's just like the sound of a computer buzzing around trying to solve problems, okay? But why are we trying to solve problems? So that we can have love, so that we can be loving and be loved, okay? We don't just solve problems for the sake of them. Well, maybe some people do, but I solve problems so that I can be happy. You have to have a clear mind, you have to be very, very clear up here so that you have high levels of perception that are not, let's say, distorted and perverted by, I would call interference, like things like fake news, fake media. And once you've done all that processing, then you send the message here. The thing is, a lot of people, they just live here. So in other words, if the message is fear, then they think fear. Ah! And what do I do in fear? Oh, I do that. Okay? I don't like to live in fear. I like to live from here. No matter how shitty things are out there, I still prefer to live from here. And that's what this reading is about. It's how to help us get there, okay? Here we go. This is the group reading. I need all the room possible. Maybe I can just tuck this over here. See if we got enough room. Cheers, everyone. I get a bit spacey when I do this stuff, so don't worry about it. Entertain yourselves. Chat amongst yourselves. And then we'll hang out for a few minutes afterwards. Okay, here we go. Hey Gregory, I see you. I didn't imagine you'd still be here. So everybody, you might as well just chat amongst yourselves on the screen because I'm just going to go and do the reading, and it's going to be, I have to stay fairly focused, okay? Let's have a look. Let's see what happens here. God bless this deck. Dear angels, protect this deck. Every single card, all the cameras, the lights, the computers, the electricity, the internet, the gadgets, the software, the platforms, all of that stuff. Wait a minute, I have to do it again. I just want to be pristine. Everything, I have to feel completely like clear, like there's no past, there's no future. All there is now. So what now? What in the now? What now? What now? What now? Here we go. Let's do this again. Okay, the heart. The heart knows what it wants, knows what it needs, and it's just hoping that we, our conscious selves, are listening. Okay. Basically, it's all about love thyself. So what does that look like? Over here, I think of this as legacy energy. What are we bringing in here with us? Imagine everyone's in a long line and Terra Illumination is saying, well, what's in your suitcase? What's in your wallet? What's in your backpack? Let's have a look. Everybody throw everything on the table. Okay, and then we just look at it all and we estimate, well, what is that? What do we got? Over here, okay, so now, where are we? Right here, right now. This is the power of now. This is the healing power of now. This is where all our power lies. Our power lies in the now. Our power lies in the now through the process of decision making. It doesn't necessarily sound like anything spiritual or anything, out of some kind of guru textbook or anything, but decision making is very much at the heart of staying in our power. So a lot of people don't like to be in the now because sometimes it's too much pressure. Like to be absolutely pure in the now means having to accept everything as it is, exactly as it is. Everything is exactly as it should be. How and why is that so? It's because it can't be any other way. As shocking as it may be, as beautiful as it may be, and usually those things happen simultaneously. It's too much pressure most of the time. So a lot of people prefer to default to a ready-made lifestyle package deal. But we're not doing that on Terra Illumination. We live in the now. So in the now we make decisions. What do these decisions look like? Okay? And the ultimate decision is to love thyself. And so that can be a very tough thing to do. So how do we do that, and what does that look like over here? It is a process. Like, think of a beating heart. Thum-dum, 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 thum-dum. What does that look like? We make a decision. The decision is to love thyself, to get on to the next beat of the heart. So what is the outcome? What does that look like? Oh, okay, so we're creating outcomes through our decision making. Aha! Decision making leads to outcomes. So what happens if we abandon our decision making faculties, our decision making advantages, the amazing privilege of decision making? What happens if we abandon that and we just sabotage ourselves by giving away our life to a predetermined lifestyle package deal? What does that look like? What are we losing? On the other hand, what does it look like when we are living in full sovereignty of self? How do we gain? How do we profit? And how does that empower us to move on to the next beat? Where does that go from there? Okay? So what I'm hoping here on this tiny stage is that you can see a heart shape here. Okay? And the energy moves like this. Like a slow motion heartbeat, pulse. It's a process, and it's very much connected with time, okay? So again, we're going to look at weather. This is, okay, so the reading is going to start now. Okay, so with the Five of Wands here, my feeling for all of us here tonight, what's happening out there with all this stuff, is that this is a moment of sacred opportunity, especially for the rest of the year. You know, August is one thing. August and the Leo season, there's going to be a lot of pressure, and it's going to increase towards the end of the month. It's going to be really tough, especially for America, and that's going to affect every individual in America one way or another. So guess what? With the Five of Wands here, my feeling is that this is going to make us stronger. Ultimately, it is going to bring us together through conflict, through the physical engagement of America versus America, each one of us facing ourselves, discovering ourselves through the process of reflection and interaction with others, especially people who oppose us, especially things like doctrines, belief systems, political groups, lifestyle package deals that we already subscribe to because it's the lazy way out? What about all of those things that we don't subscribe to because we deem them the enemy? However you look at it, with the Five of Wands here, all of that stuff that's going on out there outside of us, each one of us here, the individuals, is challenging us to become stronger, to become more and more true to ourselves, live more passionately in our own light, in our own selves, so that we do evolve, ascend, grow, and adapt and thrive. We are being tested. We are being challenged, okay? And it's like from the perspective of America. I know that sounds like I'm overdoing it here with the reading, but from the perspective of America, America is now testing itself. Okay, like this: America versus Americans. Americans versus Americans. You could say Democrats, Republicans, racial issues, or economic issues, the rich, the poor. Everything is becoming very extreme. Look at Pluto in Capricorn, Jupiter in Capricorn, Saturn in Capricorn, all opposing the Cancerian nature of America. It's literally that's what's happening. And it is like a grinding of tectonic plates. It is like the energy of competition, but it is bringing out the best in us. And in the process of bringing out the best in us, it is going to also expose the worst in us. Over here, what is the heart saying? Let's take advantage of this, people. Ace of Pentacles here. I think this is very much going to be to do with, oh man, it's like stretching it right now, but it might be to do with the Leo new moon, towards the end of August. Let's not do that. Let's just say, right now, here, today, right now. The heart is saying, listen, people, listen, each one of us. Look at the world around you. Take a very hard look at the world around you. What are the facts? What is the information? Where are the opportunities? What's actually happening around us, each one of us right now? Where is the opportunity here? The opportunity might be we realize we've made so many mistakes, misunderstandings about this, this, and this, and this, and this. Okay, so what are you going to do about that? It's a chance for new starts and new beginnings for each one of us in a very physical, tangible way, so that each one of us, the heart is saying, please, 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 let's take advantage of the situation so that we are not exploited by the situation. This is a golden opportunity right now, what's happening in the planets, in the heavens, on Earth right now. For everyone watching this show, this channel right now, this is a golden opportunity for us to evolve, grow, and adapt in ways that are measurable, okay? Evidence, physical. You feel better, you're happy, and you can measure it. You can measure your happiness. You can measure your growth. You can measure your abundance. That's what the heart wants. The heart wants to grow and become abundant in ways that are evident. Physical, material, evident. And it has to start somewhere, and basically it always starts now. It always starts now. The energy of now is always, always, always right now. So let's just say has infinite. This goes on for infinity. Right now, the heart wants this for us right now. Now, what's the legacy? What's our baggage? What's the limiting factor? What are our expectations? Okay, fear. So, with the moon here, my feeling is that if all of us are honest with ourselves and each other, we are all coming in with a lot of baggage, a lot of expectation, a lot of fear based on our previous experiences in life, which are frankly the only reference points that a lot of us have. So it's perfectly understandable if each one of us is coming in here tonight with a certain degree of fear, especially a high degree of fear of what's happening on the planet right now. It's understandable. Okay, it doesn't matter who you are, like whether you're rich or poor, spiritually advanced, or you're naive, or you're innocent, or you're a brand new member, or you've been you're doing this stuff for a long time. It doesn't matter. What is happening on Earth right now is very scary for humanity. What this reading is saying here is that for the people here at Terra Illumination, this is actually a gateway for opportunity. Let's admit that we're coming in shit scared. There's a lot of freakish, scary things that are going on out there that are challenging all of us. Okay, but that's not going to stop us. We keep going anyway. There is still light. Okay, there's the light of intuition. What about now? You see, these are really blunt, in-your-face, powerful cards. We have the sun here. Okay, so to me, when I see the sun here, it's like a message, like the power of now. This is truly what it means, like the healing power of now. Living in the now, taking full advantage of the now, the present moment in time. In other words, no matter how much horrific shit is going on out there on the planet right now, what are you doing? What is each one of us doing right now to make the best of it? Are you shaming and blaming and wasting all your time and energy trying to assure yourself that you're already just right as you are, and everything that's wrong with the world is someone else's fault? If that's what you're doing, you are trying to cheat. On the other hand, if you're looking at the world around you and saying, there's a whole bunch of scary, weird shit going on out there, is that going to destroy me personally? Is that going to define me personally? Am I going to live in fear personally because of all the fear that I'm bringing with me now? No. I reserve the right to be happy. I'm almost at the point where I feel like I want to shout out, like, it's time for us to, like, it's almost like what they did with the American independence, 1776 and all that, and 1782 with the amendments and everything. It's like, we, the people, reserve the right, whatever it is, I don't know the Constitution, to be happy. We reserve the right to pursue happiness. We reserve the right to make our own choices. We reserve the right for freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of press, freedom of religious expression, religious belief, the right to protect and defend ourselves, the right to bear arms, the right to elect our leaders, the right to remove our leaders if they are not serving us properly. All of those are beautiful things. We have that in America written in our operating system. But America and Americans, and each one of us here tonight, whether we like it or know it or not, we have allowed all of that to become corrupted. That is no longer acceptable on this channel with anyone who's watching this. From now on, it is our right to be happy. And I think the pathway to that happiness is ultimately to choose happiness. And from what I've seen and witnessed in life, I've traveled a lot of places. I've lived a lot of places. I've seen evil face to face. I've been at the receiving end of evil, face to face, body to body. I know what it's like. I still choose happiness, okay? I still choose to live in the light. And you can do that too. We can all do that. No matter how demonic things and frightening things are going on out there in the world right now. Happiness is a choice. Okay, so let's have a look at the decisions here. These are tough decisions. The decision to love thyself, which is to give yourself permission to be happy, to award yourself, for each of us to award ourselves the right to be happy, the right to freedom of choice, the right to decisions, the right to self-determination. You can't do that under the Communist Party in China. Over here, decision making. Okay, we have to be very, very stealthy. We have to be extremely clever about how actually we do this, because let's just say there are a lot of bad actors out there. These other 4 wands over here that are fighting against us, that are pitting humanity against humanity. So it feels to me like with the 7 of Swords, we have to make very, very precise, clear decisions to do whatever we have to do to get done what has to be done in order to preserve and protect and defend our rights to happiness and keep the doorway of opportunity open to us so that we do not live in fear. We do not live under tyranny. We do not live under the control of dictatorships. We're going to have to be very, very clever how we do this, because, like, say, the enemy is very powerful right now. So you can't just say, oh, screw you, fuck off, screw you, fuck you, I'm going to live in happiness, screw you. No. There's so much pressure that's coming at each one of us that's attempting to destroy our happiness, destroy our opportunities, destroy our sovereignty of self. And it's up to us to make very, very clever, calculated, bold decisions to maintain our rights, maintain our sovereignty, maintain our right to happiness. How do we do that? Okay, so it's work. It's an investment, okay? Each decision is an investment. The 8 of Pentacles here, you have to understand, okay? I think what this reading is saying, you have to understand throughout the day, throughout your living day, from the minute you wake up and you engage with the world, to the minute you go to sleep and you disengage with the world, throughout those moments of engagement, you are going to be making decision after decision, 10, 50, 100, 1,000 decisions a day, in order to stay in happiness, stay in the light, stay in the joy, and deliberately deciding to not let ourselves live in fear. It takes thousands of decisions a day perhaps to do that. And so you have to understand, like, wow, it's actually an investment. Every time, every single tough, very calculated decision that we make to honor the selves, take advantage of all this chaos and junk that's going on out there, every tiny decision that we as individuals make to counter all of this shit that's going on out there, everything that looks as though it's trying to destroy us. For example, the Chinese Communist Party, they could become the bogeyman, they could become the world enemy, and then it becomes like America versus China. That's an example. Every time we make a decision to do the right thing, serve our highest purpose, which is to love thyself, and our deliberate refusal to live in fear, that is an investment. One decision at a time, and more to come. On and on, every single day, we have to be committed to expend a certain amount of, I would say psychic, spiritual energy as an investment to go forward. In other words, none of us are allowed to live on autopilot. Everyone is being forced to make tough, very, very stealthy decisions. Each one is an investment in the future. The future here. Okay, our future as individuals, our future as humanity. There's a whole new world, okay, on the other side. So what does that look like? Moving on. It's evolution, okay? If you look at this over here on this side of the equation, you start to see like, oh, there's a pattern here. This is a formula. This is a party trick. Oh, that's so cool. And so when you operate this way, what you're actually doing is you're creating momentum. Like in the world of the stock markets and things, they call it momentum. Now in this situation, this reading, the momentum is all about moving away from all the bullshit, all the crap and the lies and the deception and the fake news, all of the dishonesty like of the Federal Reserve and fake money, all of that stuff. We get it. We understand it here. We've talked about those things. And what we do is we make ruthless decisions to move forward with only the things that count, even if that means downsizing, even if it means leaving behind things that we thought or things that we used to believe were true and valuable. That's history. It's all gone. The only thing that counts now is creating a new world order, a new reality based on, I would say, love, light, and decision making to live in the light and move away from here. But it's hard work. It's a day-to-day investment. So what you do is you create a culture inside of yourself of minimalism. You discard anything and everything that is not true, and you only move forward with what is true, honest, just, let's say verifiable, universal truth, respect, honesty, the things that really, really count in life. Truth, honesty, respect. And you just take that forward with you and you leave everything else behind. That's okay. I'm totally up for that. So what happens if we abandon all of that? What happens if we abandon ourselves and we just decide, okay, I'm just going to live under the CCP. I'm perfectly happy to let China take over America. I'm perfectly happy for a bunch of politicians to completely dictate my life and put chips in me or whatever they're going to do and whatever. How does that look like? Okay, well, in other words, you ask for it. Like to me, it looks very, very karmic here. So it's like a choice, the outcome of choices. If you want to, you can abandon the self. You can choose to live in fear. You can, basically take the lazy way out. Don't bother to do the work. You can just live according to what I consider a highly corrupt, fearful, frightening, I guess you could call it a lifestyle package deal, or paradigms, or leadership from what I think corrupted, broken governments. Or you can live in light, okay? And so it's very, very even. You'll still have a life. In other words, if you want to live in fear, sure, you can do that. And you'll get the benefits of living in fear, and you'll get the costs of living in fear. And so it is. It's a perfectly balanced equation. If you want to choose to live in the light, making very difficult decisions, doing the investment, doing the work, leaving behind anything and everything that doesn't work, then the way I look at it is you bring karmic justice and value to yourselves and to each other. We end up being a mutually supporting group. In other words, we here, the people who are watching this, the members, the newsletter subscribers, we actually become self-supporting, where sometimes Terra Illumination supports you. Sometimes you support Terra Illumination. Sometimes you guys support Terra Illumination as a group. Sometimes sometimes you guys are over here and you're supporting the others. Like sometimes what happens on the chat. And it's very valuable, okay? We become very valuable to each other. I'm valuable to you, you're valuable to me. You guys are valuable to each other. And so, on to the next pulse. Wow. Okay. To me, this looks like validation. With the Ace of Wands here, to me, this is a message that by taking the courageous move of, Seize the opportunity. Seize the moment. Make a decision to understand that all of the challenges that are happening right now are actually an opportunity for each one of us to grow, adapt, evolve, and change. So that you don't have to live in fear, you can live in light and love and joy. Even though that might include periods of intense hardship and challenge, you can still maintain the joy at the core. It's very tough to do that decision by decision, so you do it one tiny decision at a time. Make on the understanding that you're walking away and leaving behind anything and everything that's not true, and only moving forward with what is true. That's an investment, okay? I'm helping you, you're helping me, you guys, the sorority especially, and some of the brotherhood are helping each other. And that creates a new opportunity. It's like, wow, it's like we're creating a whole new business model for life here. It's like I see this as something that's very much to do with the Pluto and Aquarius energy that's coming up in 2024. And we're starting to plan for it now. We're starting to build for it now. So I see that this Ace of Wands here is much more to do with the new moon energy over here at the end of the month. Okay? By living through the whole, I know we're going to have other readings during the month, but right now I think this reading is stretching all through the month of the Leo season, right up to the very tippy end. By the time you get to the very end, you realize like, wow, this is cool. We're actually investing in ourselves and each other and increasing the value of ourselves and each other by doing this thing that we do here. And we essentially fabricate inspiration. We actually are creating inspiration, like turning garbage into gold. We're actually turning all these challenges, you see all the Five of Wands here, all the challenges, we're turning it into victory and new starts and new beginnings. I think this is very much to do with the Leo energy new moon, especially. Actually, let's bring this back closer to today. Even today, right now, let me just double check something. Give me a second. I want to check my charts here. I want to check one tiny little thing. Where is that? No. Okay, no, it's more towards the end of the month. Pardon me, excuse me. I just had to check something. So, what I'm sensing here is more towards the end of the month, we're going to start tapping into that Leo finger of God here, this Yod thing, right around the new moon, 18th of August. And it starts around the 15th of August and it goes on for a few days. But it's all about this intense pressure, like to be the Leo energy. Okay, so over here, if you think of this as a Leo card, for example, it's like the whole point of this reading is like we do not apologize. We give ourselves permission. We grant ourselves, almost like the American Constitution, we grant ourselves the right to be happy, the pursuit of happiness. We grant ourselves freedom of speech, freedom of press, the right to bear arms to protect and defend ourselves from people who we elect to take care of us, but who might become tyrannical. We can still defend and protect ourselves. Not every country can do that. And then in so doing, it's almost like we, the people here in this tiny little show, this little video, we are rewriting the Constitution and we are reinstituting the Constitution of America in a way that's an inspiration. I don't know if you guys, I'm not a historian, I don't know the details of it, I've never read the whole thing. I know I can read it online. But new starts and new beginnings where, like, you know how the rest of the world is kind of divided, like, oh, there's friends of China, friends of America. That's the way the world is going right now. Everything is becoming polarized. I feel I'm very happy to be on the side of, I call it America, or freedom. And there's hundreds of millions of people in China who live under the CCP, the Communist China Communist Party, who hate China. Chinese people are not the Chinese Communist Party. There's millions of people in the Chinese Communist Party, and they represent evil, but that's not the whole of China. So my feeling is like we're looking at a culture war, and we're living it here individually as the people right just here on this channel, on this little video. And we're seeing it. This is an amazing opportunity for us to reinstitute this beautiful thing that we have. And it's almost as though the Terra Illumination channel lives according to the Constitution. I like to have freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of information, freedom of choice, the right to protect and defend myself, and so on and so on. Not every person, not every country has that on earth. I feel we're very lucky to have that here. And so I feel it's almost like our duty to live that ourselves as individuals. I'm not trying to force you to live according to Terra Illumination beliefs or opinions. All I'm suggesting is that there's some value to this reading that is impersonal. I am delivering the reading, but I think this is a universal message to everyone here tonight, and plus anyone else who watches it later. It's a golden opportunity to evolve, adapt, grow, and change for the better. It's happening under a lot of pressure. It's going to require a lot of stealth, a lot of long-term investment and work, and a willingness to accept like a minimization, leaving behind anything and everything that does not have value or truth, honesty, or justice, and then discover a new value system which is much more harmonious, much more balanced, and that constitutes a new start and a new beginning, new light, new inspiration for the whole freaking planet. So I'm asking every one of you to, live by example. Okay? That's the reading. That's it. I'm done. I hope that made sense. When I do these readings, all I do is it just comes as like a flood. There's bound to be a personal influence because I am a human being and I have conditioning, I have been influenced, and I have opinions. But I'm trying my best to read the reading in a very neutral, pure manner. And then I can, throw in some of my personal opinions on top of it, but I want you to reinterpret it for yourselves, okay? Make it your own, okay? It's my gift to you. I'm just basically trying to convey a message. I'm reinterpreting it for myself personally, but it's actually for the community. It's for the world. So please take advantage of the reading, okay? Please exploit it. Tell your friends and family. Please become a member. Please subscribe to the newsletter. I think you can do most of that through the links below. Otherwise, go to terraillumination.com and figure it out from there. Okay? Hello, Robin. Thank you. Hello, Teresa. Thank you. Thank you, Path. Thank you, Nikki. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up. I've had a lot of fun. I'm just going to hang out with you guys for a few minutes, see what's going on, and then we're going to wrap it up. It's very late. We've been going for 4.5 hours. I think that's enough for anybody. It's like 1:30 or something in the morning on the East Coast. Woo! Thank you all for your kindness, for your generosity. That's what's keeping the channel going. Sunday Night Live is what's keeping the channel going, plus the Patreon memberships and any donations or any private readings. If anybody needs a private reading, just go to terraillumination.com and you can book it right there. You can pay for it right there through PayPal. It's very simple. You don't even have to have a PayPal account. You can just enter a debit card or something, and it'll go through PayPal and it'll end up here. Okay? There you go. Thank you, Pat. Carrie. Carrie? Carrie, you've been here before. I didn't even know you were here. Hello, Carrie. Hello, Carrie. All right. Star Girl. Thank you. Thank you, Star Girl. It's been a pleasure. I've loved hanging out with you guys. I hope you. I'm glad you get something out of this. It's been a blast. Okay, I am going to. Let's see. I need to figure out a little tune. What can I play? I'm gonna play "Circle of Love." It's a little. It's like a little. I think of it as white reggae. And I wrote this, at a time where there was a lot of violence happening in America. And, okay, this is going to sound really strange. Okay? Sorry. Hold on, I just did something weird here. So, I wrote this song. It's called "Circle of Love." And it has this line in it. It says, "Put down your weapons and unload your guns." Okay? That's fine. I'm not saying get rid of your weapons. I happen to believe I'm an American guy, and I feel very privileged that in the United States we do have the right to bear arms. There are very few countries in the world that have it legally constituted into their operating system that individuals have the right to bear arms in order to protect and defend themselves. Not only from bad guys, whatever, but also from the tyranny of government. Like if our government no longer serves we the people, we reserve the right to protect and defend ourselves, okay? So when I say in the song, "Put down your weapons and unload your guns," that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying get rid of your guns. Okay? So you can probably tell I'm okay with guns. I'm sorry if that hurts people or hurts your feelings, but I'm just calling it out. I'm just saying it there. I'm okay with it. I just don't like the abuse of it. Okay? I believe that in other past lives I was deeply involved in the military, and I have killed many, many times, and I have been killed many, many times. And I think in this lifetime, I'm living around it. I don't really participate anymore, but I really, really encourage people to, if you don't own a gun, imagine what it would be like to own your own. How would you protect and defend yourself? I'm not saying go out and buy guns. All I'm suggesting is consider what it means to truly protect yourself and defend yourself. Protect your privacy, protect your money. Because all of that is being tested right now here in America, live today. You can see it on the news. Finally, the major news media is showing all the extreme violence that's happening across the country between Americans and Americans, okay? It's inevitable, it's highly predictable. I was talking about it weeks ago. Mars and Aries, hard squared with all the Cancer energy, hard squared with all the Capricorn energy. It's inevitable. Extreme violence is going to come out, and that's just what's happening. Okay, so I'm going to play a song. It's called "Circle of Love," okay? Hello, Carrie. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, I've got to find it. Here it is in TL Songs. Something like this. Think of it as white reggae. La 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 la. La 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 la. I got this message from angels above. Come together in a circle of love. Put down your weapons and unload your guns. Come together in a circle of love.
screaming babies everywhere. Their blood is flowing to the oceans. Our hearts are numb from trying to care, trying to care. I got this message from angels above. Come together in a circle of love. Put down your weapons and unload your guns. Come together in a circle of love. Yeah, yeah. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Soon, when the smoke and dust is lifted and all the rubble has been cleared, and all the bodies will be sifted, their ghosts will walk around for years, years and years. Yeah. I got this message from angels above. Come together in a circle of love. Put down your weapons and unload your guns. Come together in a circle of love. Yeah. La 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 la.